There is a moment in every football game when the roar begins to fade. The chants turn to murmurs. The camera pans to the sideline, and beneath the surface of all that noise, something else starts to move. It is quiet, controlled, intentional. Coaches tilt their heads, assistants shield their mouths with laminated cards, and players stand waiting, eyes fixed on the choreography unfolding before them. To most, it looks like routine organization. But inside that silence lives a hidden language that has shaped the outcome of the National Football League for generations. Every game is built upon communication. From the quarterback's cadence to the coordinator's headset, information travels faster than the ball itself. But behind the strategy, behind the play calls and formations, exists a code. It is a language of numbers, fingers, glances, and rhythms. It is the nervous system of football, unseen yet controlling every limb. And like every secret language, it carries both brilliance and danger. Because when communication becomes invisible, so does accountability. In the early years of professional football, communication was raw and loud. Coaches barked across muddy fields. Quarterbacks shouted signals that could be heard 2 blocks away. But as the game grew, so did the stakes. Teams learned that victory often depended on silence. Silence became a weapon. The sideline turned into a place of calculation, where strategy was hidden behind gestures so subtle that even teammates sometimes missed their meaning. It was in that silence that football found its most intricate language, one that few outside the game will ever truly understand. There was one game, decades ago, that coaches still whisper about. It was not a Super Bowl. It was not even a playoff match. But it was the night a single misread hand signal changed a man's career. The defensive coordinator called for a zone blitz, a call disguised through a simple flick of the wrist. But the linebacker saw something different. He thought the signal meant drop coverage. One mistake, one blink too slow, and the quarterback read it perfectly. A touchdown followed. That linebacker never started another game. The coordinator, accused of losing control of his defense, resigned at season's end. One gesture had rewritten two careers. That is the hidden danger of this secret world. Every movement matters. Every twitch of a finger, every turn of the head carries meaning. Coaches build systems of hundreds of signals, each designed to be clear in chaos, yet invisible to the opposition. Entire careers are devoted to perfecting the art of disguise, to hiding intelligence in plain sight. But the harder teams work to hide their communication, the more others work to uncover it. For every coded signal, there's an opponent studying film frame by frame, trying to crack the pattern. The result is an arms race, fought not with muscles or money, but with information. The NFL has always been obsessed with control. It is a league defined by perfection and paranoia. On Sundays, it manifests in precision. Perfectly timed routes, synchronized movement, flawless execution. But off the field, that same perfection turns inward. Every coach knows that the smallest leak can destroy a season. Every signal is a potential vulnerability. Some teams rotate their codes weekly, others daily. Some rehearse false signals designed to mislead scouts and cameras. It is chess disguised as sport, and it plays out in front of millions who rarely realize they are watching a game within the game. What makes this world even more complex is trust. Football depends on it. The quarterback must trust that the play call in his helmet is secure. The coordinator must trust that the signaler behind him has not been compromised. The players must trust that the message they are following is the right one. But in the NFL, trust is fragile. Headsets fail. Radios glitch. Signals are intercepted or misread. Coaches have accused rivals of stealing plays, of decoding hand gestures, of using technology to spy. Some accusations are proven. Others remain rumor. All of them feed into the league's quiet undercurrent of paranoia. In 2007, that paranoia reached the surface when one team's secret filming operation exposed the lengths to which franchises were willing to go for an advantage. But long before that scandal had a name, the culture behind it was already thriving. The desire to know what the other side was saying, To anticipate the move before it happened has been part of the NFL's DNA since its birth. Behind the sideline tape, behind every huddle, exists an invisible contest of decoding and deception. To play in the NFL is to live in constant translation. Players must memorize hundreds of signals, each representing variations of routes, protections, or coverage. The play clock ticks, the crowd screams, and through it all, players search for meaning in the smallest movements. A hand raised to the temple might mean shift left. 2 fingers across the chest could mean drop into zone. A tap on the wrist could change everything. To outsiders, it looks like chaos. To those within it, it is precision in motion, the silent pulse of the game. But with precision comes pressure. The mental fatigue of memorizing codes, interpreting signals, and adapting mid-play breaks even the strongest. There are stories of rookies collapsing under the cognitive weight of communication. Veterans who knew the signals but could not process them fast enough. A few seconds of hesitation, and the moment is gone. Coaches describe the NFL as a symphony conducted in split-second fragments. One wrong note, and the music turns to noise. This is not merely strategy, it is psychology. The sideline becomes a place of invisible warfare. Every gesture, every whisper, every covered mouth is an act of defense. Teams spend millions on technology to protect what used to be handled by a piece of paper and a signal flag. What began as a necessity for clarity has evolved into a contest of secrecy. The more complex the systems become, the more human error threatens them. And still, the league moves forward, deeper into its own labyrinth of communication. The secret codes of the NFL are not written in books or stored in databases. They live in the minds of those who create and perform them. When a coach leaves one team for another, those codes often die or evolve. They are as alive and shifting as the sport itself. Some call it intelligence, others call it obsession. But beneath the spectacle of football, this language has always been there, unseen yet omnipresent. Every Sunday, millions watch athletes collide and celebrate, unaware that beneath the roar, another contest unfolds in silence. It is not the strength of the players or the speed of the passes that determine victory, but the integrity of communication that binds them. Football's beauty lies not only in the violence or the artistry, but in the invisible coordination of minds across chaos. Yet, with every new technology, every new attempt to protect or disguise the code, the line between strategy and espionage grows thinner. What happens when secrecy becomes the game itself? What happens when winning depends not on what you can do, but on what you can conceal? The NFL has built an empire on trust, yet it is haunted by the fear of betrayal. In the coming chapters, we will enter the world behind the headset, where words vanish into static and truth is hidden behind encrypted language. This is the story of how the league learned to speak without speaking, how its silence became both its greatest strength and its deepest flaw. The game you see on television is only half the story. The real game, the one that decides legacies and ends careers, happens behind the sidelines veil. It is played in signals, gestures, glances, and the constant hum of unseen communication. To understand football's true power, you must first understand its silence. This is that silence. This is the code. Every game begins long before the first whistle. Long before the quarterback walks to the line or the coach calls the first play, an invisible network of communication starts to move. It is the nervous system of the National Football League. And its purpose is simple: to connect thought to action in a world where milliseconds separate victory from failure. These are the sideline codes, the lifeblood of the modern game. They are not just signals, they are the language of control, trust, and survival. To the average fan, a sideline looks like organized chaos. Coaches point, assistants wave clipboards, players stare toward a blur of gestures and words. But every movement carries meaning. A raised hand might tell a receiver to adjust his route. A finger to the helmet could shift the entire defense. In that moment, football transforms from physical combat to a conversation of minds. Sideline codes are the grammar of that conversation. Without them, the sport would collapse under its own noise. Long before the NFL became a billion-dollar empire, communication was improvised. In the early 20th century, teams relied on shouted instructions that traveled unevenly through muddy fields. Coaches stood on the sidelines without microphones or radios, yelling across 40 yards of wind and chaos. Players often misheard. Calls were lost in the noise. Victories slipped away because one man failed to catch a single word. Coaches began to realize that shouting was not strategy. They needed a system, something quiet, precise, and adaptable. The earliest solution was simple: hand signals. College football became the laboratory for these codes. Before the NFL even standardized its rules, college teams had developed silent languages for offensive calls. At Notre Dame, coaches used arm movements that mimicked baseball signs. At Army, assistants relayed messages with towels and colored cards. These early systems were crude, but they represented a philosophical change. Football was no longer just physical strength. It was intellect, deception, and discipline. Coaches discovered that the ability to communicate without being understood was as valuable as any athletic advantage. By the 1930s and 1940s, professional teams had adopted the same principles. Head coaches developed small sets of signals for formations and adjustments. A player touching his belt might mean run left. A tap on the shoulder might mean blitz. These signals were passed from coach to player through repetition and trust. But as the playbooks grew, the codes became more complex. Teams began to layer their signals, using decoys and secondary gestures to disguise meaning. It was an evolution born out of necessity. Every time a signal was understood by the opponent, the advantage disappeared. The only response was to create new ones. The pursuit of secrecy eventually led to the invention that changed everything: the coach-to-quarterback headset. In 1956, the Cleveland Browns experimented with a simple radio transmitter sewn into the quarterback's helmet. The league banned it almost immediately, fearing unfair advantage. But the seed was planted. For decades, teams lobbied for technology that could replace human signalers. By 1994, the NFL finally allowed one player on offense to receive instructions through a one-way radio link to the coaching staff. It was a revolution. For the first time, the game's most important communication no longer needed to be seen. It was heard, invisible to cameras, untouchable to opponents. That innovation came at a price. The more teams relied on electronics, the more they became vulnerable to failure. Headsets malfunctioned. Frequencies overlapped. Coaches accused opponents of interference, claiming that signals were being jammed or delayed. Paranoia crept deeper into the league. When communication faltered, entire game plans collapsed. Some teams built backup systems of hand signals in case their radios went dead. Others practiced silent drives to prepare for emergencies. The sideline had become a battlefield of invisible forces, where technology and trust were constantly tested. With every new system came new forms of espionage. As teams developed private languages, others worked just as hard to decipher them. The rise of defensive sign stealing began almost as soon as signals existed. Scouts analyzed film for patterns, searching for tiny repetitions. Opposing assistants studied the body language of signalers, trying to spot tells that revealed plays. Some teams assigned entire staff members to decoding their opponents' communication habits. It was football's version of code breaking, a game beneath the game. The ethical line between preparation and spying has always been blurred. Too many coaches, understanding the opponent's habits was simply part of competition. If a team could predict a play by studying its rival's gestures, that was intelligence, not cheating. But others saw a darker side. The difference between observation and surveillance became difficult to define. When technology entered the equation, the tension reached its breaking point. In 2007, the league faced one of its most defining controversies. The New England Patriots were caught filming opposing coaches' signals from unauthorized locations. The discovery shook the NFL's image of integrity. The incident, later known as Spygate, exposed how advanced the world of sideline surveillance had become. Teams had been recording and decoding signals for years, operating within a gray area that few wanted to acknowledge publicly. When the scandal erupted, it forced the league to confront a truth that had been growing quietly for decades. Every team was searching for the edge, and many were willing to cross the line to find it. Even before Spygate, the culture of suspicion had already taken root. Coaches routinely accused rivals of intercepting radio frequencies or tampering with headset systems. The league issued regulations on electronic communication, but enforcement was inconsistent. There were games where one team's headset failed in a critical moment while the other's worked perfectly. Conspiracies grew from those moments, whispered stories of hidden interference that no one could ever prove. Whether real or imagined, the fear of manipulation shaped how teams approached every aspect of communication. The truth is that sideline codes were never only about efficiency. They were about control. The coach who mastered the code controlled not just the play, but the rhythm of the game itself. He could dictate tempo, disguise intentions, and command trust. But that control also isolated him. Players often describe the sideline as a place of constant tension, where one misunderstood signal could mean disaster. The pressure to decode perfectly, to interpret instantly, never ends. For players, it is both a test of intelligence and loyalty. The modern NFL has become a digital ecosystem of secrecy. Teams now use encrypted tablets, visual boards, and multiple layers of false signals to hide their intentions. Analysts monitor every movement for consistency. Security teams protect frequencies from interference. What began as a necessity for communication has evolved into a culture of concealment. Each season adds another layer of complexity. The more the league seeks transparency for its fans, the more hidden its internal operations become. Yet, beneath all of this, there remains something human. Sideline codes are not simply systems of control. They are expressions of trust between people who must rely on one another under unbearable pressure. A quarterback must trust that the signal in his ear is accurate. A receiver must trust that the hand gesture he saw means what he thinks it does. A coach must trust that his own creation will hold up against the chaos of the moment. When that trust fails, everything fails with it. This story is not about one scandal or one team. It is about a culture that thrives on secrecy and precision. It is about how the pursuit of advantage can evolve into obsession. The secret codes of the NFL are not just a product of modern technology. They are part of the league's identity, woven into its history from the earliest days of leather helmets to the encrypted headsets of today. To understand them is to understand the psychology of competition at its highest level. In the chapters ahead, we will explore how this hidden system developed, how it shaped dynasties and destroyed reputations, and how it continues to define the soul of football. We will trace the evolution of communication from simple gestures to encrypted transmissions, from trust to suspicion, from preparation to espionage. This is the untold history of the NFL's secret language. A story that reveals not just how teams communicate, but what they fear losing most: control. Before technology, before the earpieces and encrypted channels, the game of football was played in a world of gestures. It was a game of instinct and interpretation, where men learned to read not just the field, but the faintest tilt of a coach's head or the twitch of a wrist on the sideline. The language of football began long before microphones were slipped beneath helmets. It began in an age when words could not reach across the roar of the crowd, when silence had to speak instead. In those early days, the sideline was an orchestra without instruments. Coaches clutched towels, waved hats, or simply adjusted their posture to send a message. A player in the backfield learned to recognize the subtle rhythm of his coach's movements. One raised arm might mean to run the ball. Two might mean to shift formation. The communication was primitive, yet deeply human. Every gesture carried emotion, trust, and consequence. The 1930s Green Bay Packers were among the first to turn these signals into an organized language. Under Curly Lambeau, the team crafted a visual system that allowed plays to travel from the sideline to the field with remarkable speed. Lambeau was meticulous about precision. He knew that in a sport defined by inches, misunderstanding could cost everything. So he drilled his players not only to memorize plays, but to interpret him. The angle of his hand, the snap of his fingers, the way his hat moved slightly in the wind. One player later described it as learning a secret alphabet. Each motion meant something specific. And when Lambeau made eye contact, every man knew the call was set. But this was also when distrust began to enter the game. Rival teams started to notice patterns. They watched the coaches as closely as they watched the ball. Opponents stationed staff behind the bench to study hand movements, trying to decode what they saw. Football, even in its youth, became a study of espionage. The moment a code was created, someone else tried to break it. The sport had birthed its first silent arms race. By the 1940s, as the NFL matured, so did the complexity of its sideline language. Coaches began combining body gestures with decoys. One assistant might move constantly, waving a towel or adjusting his jacket, while another, standing still, gave the real signal. It was deception layered upon deception. Teams spent hours in film rooms not only studying formations, but learning the choreography of communication. There were moments of quiet brilliance in this primitive era. The Chicago Bears under George Halas were masters of disguise. Halas believed that secrecy was as important as talent. He ordered his staff to create signals that could be changed weekly. In one game, they might use a handkerchief. In the next, a series of chin touches or shoulder rubs. Players learned to think like spies. They memorized sequences that could shift mid-season, knowing that one small slip might expose the entire system. It was an age defined by trust. There was no headset to fall back on, no digital line connecting minds across space. The only thing that bridged sideline to field was human attention. If a receiver missed the cue, if a lineman misread the sign, chaos followed. And in that chaos, opponents found opportunity. Stories circulated of coaches using false signals to bait rivals. One famous tale from the 1940s told of a team that deliberately reused an old known signal, tempting the defense to react. The play that followed went in the opposite direction. It was psychological warfare, years before the term found its way into the sport's vocabulary. What makes this era haunting is not just its simplicity, but its intimacy. Every signal carried risk. Every play was a silent promise between coach and player that trust would hold. The communication was not electronic, but emotional. When a team executed perfectly, when a player caught the signal just as the crowd's noise peaked, it felt like telepathy. But the opposite could be devastating. A mistimed hand motion, a misread gesture, could cost a career. There were games that turned on such moments, though history rarely records them. The official stats never captured the instant when a quarterback looked to the sideline and saw uncertainty in his coach's eyes. Yet that silent hesitation could decide a championship. As the league grew, this hidden language evolved into a defining element of football's psychology. Coaches began treating signals as proprietary systems guarded with the same intensity as playbooks. Players were sworn to secrecy. Some teams required new sign systems every few weeks. Others relied on trusted veterans to interpret and relay calls. Men who understood the unspoken nuances that separated deception from truth. The early sideline was a microcosm of human communication itself. Words had limits. The roar of the crowd could swallow instruction. So coaches adapted, turning body language into strategy. A slight lean forward might signal urgency. A calm posture might tell the quarterback to wait. It was acting, performed in real time, under unbearable pressure. The Packers, Bears, Giants, and others became innovators in this coded world. They experimented with synchronized movements, using multiple coaches to mirror each other so that only players trained in the pattern could tell which one held authority. Some even adopted deliberate randomness, adding meaningless gestures to confuse onlookers. The result was a sideline that looked chaotic to outsiders, but was, in truth, a structured conversation. The audience never noticed. To them, the coach waving his hat or pacing the sideline seemed like nervous energy. But inside those motions were instructions, warnings, and adjustments. Each twitch carried tactical significance. What fans saw as frustration was often calculation. By the end of the 1940s, the NFL had unknowingly constructed one of the most intricate systems of human signal communication in sports. There were no microphones or frequencies, just trained perception and shared understanding. It was a secret dance between minds, a dialogue hidden beneath spectacle. And yet, even then, the seeds of paranoia were growing. Teams accused one another of stealing signs. Some hired photographers to take still images of opposing sidelines. Others planted scouts in the stands, not to watch the players, but to record the coach's hands. The boundary between strategy and subterfuge blurred early, long before modern technology would magnify it. Trust became a fragile commodity. A coach had to believe that his signals were safe, that no one on the other side could see through the performance. But in a league built on competition, such belief rarely lasted. The first unspoken rule of sideline language emerged in this period. Protect your code at all costs. Every team developed its own variations. Some embedded signals within player movements on the field. Others integrated them into substitutions, letting personnel shifts serve as messages. The creativity was boundless. The paranoia, endless. When we look back now, it seems almost poetic. A game known for violence and impact was, at its heart, shaped by silence and subtlety. The sideline was a theater of secrets. Every gesture meant something. Every glance carried consequence. The coaches of that era may not have known it, but they were building the foundations of modern tactical communication. They were teaching generations that victory often depends not on strength, but on secrecy. They were crafting the hidden vocabulary that would define the sport long after words became wireless. And perhaps most haunting of all, they were proving that trust in football is never absolute. Because every code invites a thief. Every secret creates a spy. And every team, no matter how loyal its players, lives one misread signal away from collapse. The language before words still lingers in the DNA of the NFL. It reminds us that beneath the modern noise, beneath the headsets and digital play calls, the game remains what it always was, a contest of minds, where silence can shout louder than any crowd. After the war, America entered an age of systems. Factories, institutions, and even games were reorganized around precision. Football was no different. What began as a sideline language of gestures and glances matured into something structured, deliberate, and guarded. The chalkboards of locker rooms turned into lexicons, filled with codes that read more like military encryption than sports strategy. Every mark on the board meant something layered. A single term could carry multiple meanings, changing week to week. Coaches began to think like cryptographers. The 1950s brought a new kind of coach. The game was no longer just about passion or instinct. It was about control. Paul Brown of the Cleveland Browns stood at the forefront of this revolution. He believed that chaos could be conquered by systems, that discipline could replace improvisation. Brown introduced organization to a sport still ruled by emotion. He assigned numbers, letters, and patterns to plays. He trained players to think in sequences, not instincts. Every play had a signal, every signal had a backup, and every backup had a disguise. Brown's players often said that learning his playbook felt like studying a new language. And in many ways, it was. He replaced the scattered hand gestures of earlier eras with pre-planned, coded instructions. When the team gathered before games, they practiced signals with military precision. The slightest mistake was corrected immediately. Brown's system became the foundation of the modern code. Logical, repeatable, and complex enough to outsmart the human eye. At the same time, the world outside football was changing. The Cold War had reshaped how Americans thought about information. Espionage filled the headlines. Secret communication and surveillance became cultural obsessions. It was an era where the fear of being watched extended from nations to neighborhoods. Football absorbed that energy. Coaches began to think in terms of secrecy, deception, and protection. Vince Lombardi, then building the Green Bay Packers into a dynasty, understood this instinctively. He demanded loyalty not just to team, but to code. Lombardi believed that language, when structured properly, could control chaos on the field. He designed layered systems where signals worked in patterns, combining both word and movement. The quarterback became not just a leader, but an interpreter. Every huddle was a cipher to be cracked in seconds. Lombardi's sideline communication was meticulous. Assistants relayed plays using combinations of body movement and numerical cues, and players were conditioned to process them instinctively. His approach borrowed from military discipline, reflecting the national mood of the 1950s. The field became an information battlefield. Other coaches followed. George Halas, Sid Gilman, and Tom Landry each expanded on the idea that football could be systematized through codes. They built signal structures that could shift during the game, adapting to both the opponent's behavior and the crowd's interference. Words became unreliable under the roar of thousands, so hand and body replaced voice. By the late 1950s, most professional teams had formalized their own signal lexicons, complete with decoys, counter-decoys, and change protocols. This new obsession with secrecy reflected something larger in American culture. The same way the nation hid its nuclear codes, football hid its play calls. Every coach feared being watched. Every signaler assumed the other side might know what they were doing. Some teams went as far as to assign code names to formations that changed weekly. A play called Eagle might mean one thing in September and something entirely different by November. The paranoia was not unfounded. Rumors circulated of rival teams sending scouts to record practices. Film exchange, which was supposed to promote fairness, became a weapon. Coaches would analyze every frame, searching for sideline habits or repeated gestures. The game behind the game grew more intense than ever before. Paul Brown's influence continued to spread, and his coaching tree carried his methods into nearly every major team. The Cincinnati Bengals, which he later founded, inherited his structured philosophy. Bill Walsh, who worked under Brown, refined these ideas into what would later become known as the West Coast offense. A system defined as much by timing and communication as by execution. But in the 1950s and 1960s, the NFL was still learning how fragile trust could be. The first headset prototypes began appearing in experimental form during this period. Some engineers believed technology could eliminate miscommunication. But the league resisted. Many coaches distrusted the idea of invisible voices feeding instructions to quarterbacks. It felt unnatural, even dangerous. For now, human signaling remained the standard, and secrecy remained sacred. The Cold War influence extended beyond culture into structure. Football strategy started to resemble military planning. Teams held closed meetings in guarded rooms. Coaches used notebooks filled with coded terminology to prevent leaks. A word like red might refer not to color, but to a specific defensive front. Apple might mean an audible change in the snap count. Every page of a playbook became a classified document. The need for control pushed coaches toward perfectionism. Vince Lombardi famously said, "Perfection is not attainable, but if we chase perfection, we can catch excellence." In his system, every player was a piece of a larger machine. Communication had to be flawless. He despised disorder, viewing miscommunication as weakness. To him, every false signal or misunderstood cue represented not just failure, but betrayal. This mindset changed the psychology of players. Quarterbacks began to see themselves as both athletes and translators. They stood at the center of a hidden dialogue where timing and interpretation decided success or failure. A receiver might glance toward the sideline and catch the smallest movement from a coach's hand. That single moment could shift an entire drive. By the 1960s, this culture of coded communication had become the lifeblood of the NFL. Teams competed not just through physical dominance, but through mental mastery. Preparation extended into secrecy drills. Coaches tested players by changing signals midweek, forcing them to adapt quickly. Failure to remember a change could cost a roster spot. The league had entered an intellectual era, one where deception became as important as execution. The language before words had evolved into a code before trust. Teams no longer relied solely on intuition. They relied on systems that could withstand espionage. The connection between football and the Cold War went beyond metaphor. Some coaches openly admitted studying military communication manuals for inspiration. They learned about redundancy, encryption, and the importance of misleading observers. Plays became data. Coaches became analysts of human behavior. Even the structure of timeouts began to resemble command briefings. As competition intensified, so did suspicion. Coaches began covering their mouths when speaking. Assistants shielded their clipboards from view. Some teams instructed players not to look directly at opposing sidelines to avoid accidental signaling. Every movement on the field carried new meaning. This was the birth of modern paranoia in football, the understanding that every advantage must be protected. Every secret must be buried. What began as a simple towel wave had turned into a discipline of secrecy, shaped by the anxieties of a nation living in the shadow of nuclear deterrence. In this era, the sideline ceased to be merely a boundary. It became a command center, a place where power and trust collided. The coach no longer shouted in chaos, but signaled through order. The player no longer waited for instruction, but anticipated it through coded rhythm. Football was no longer only a game of strength and speed. It was a theater of minds, choreographed through symbols few would ever truly understand. The systems that Paul Brown and Vince Lombardi built still echo in the modern league. The headsets and tablets may have replaced chalk and towel, but the underlying principle remains unchanged. Football's power lies not in its collisions, but in its communication. Every play begins not with motion, but with meaning. And meaning in football is almost always hidden. The 1950s and 1960s gave birth to the modern code, a synthesis of strategy, secrecy, and psychology. What started as a necessity of noise had become a philosophy of control. The sport had evolved, but so had its shadows. And in those shadows, new forms of deception were waiting to emerge. By the 1990s, the NFL had entered an era of speed and spectacle. Offenses moved faster, defenses disguised more, and coaches fought to keep control of a game that often outpaced human reaction. For decades, sideline signals had been the backbone of communication, a visual language passed from generation to generation. But in 1994, that language changed forever. The NFL approved the use of in-helmet communication, allowing coaches to speak directly to their quarterbacks through a small radio receiver. The headset era had begun, and with it came a transformation as profound as the forward pass itself. It began as an experiment, a response to years of frustration. Crowds had grown louder, stadiums more deafening, and signals were increasingly at risk of interception. Miscommunication cost games, and suspicion over stolen signs had reached new levels. The league wanted efficiency, but what it introduced was something more powerful. For the first time, a coach's voice could live inside a player's head. The idea was simple. Small receiver embedded inside the quarterback's helmet connected to a transmitter on the sideline. The coach could relay plays directly into the quarterback's ear without visual cues or intermediaries. It eliminated confusion, but it also rewired the psychology of the sport. Players now carried the presence of authority wherever they went on the field. The coach was no longer confined to the sideline. He existed as an invisible voice, hovering in the space between thought and instinct. When the first teams tested the technology, reactions were mixed. Some quarterbacks found it liberating. They no longer had to look to the sideline or memorize complex hand sequences. They could simply listen. Others found it unsettling. The sound was tinny, artificial, almost ghost-like. They described it as hearing a disembodied version of their coach, distant yet commanding. For coaches, the system promised control but demanded restraint. The NFL imposed strict limits. Communication was allowed only until the play clock reached 15 seconds, after which the headset automatically shut off. This rule preserved some degree of independence for players, forcing them to think on their own once the countdown began. But even within that narrow window, the possibilities were immense. Defensive coordinators watched in fascination, knowing it would only be a matter of time before technology reached them too. For now, only one player on offense could receive transmissions. It made the quarterback the true bridge between mind and machine. His helmet became both a weapon and a vulnerability. If the system failed, confusion followed. If it succeeded, precision became lethal. Bill Belichick, then coaching the Pittsburgh Steelers, was one of the early advocates for headset efficiency. He believed it would revolutionize the game, reducing errors and increasing tempo. Others, like Don Shula, approached it with caution, fearing it might erode the mental independence of players. The debate mirrored a broader tension within the NFL, the balance between human instinct and technological control. Once the system was fully approved, play calling evolved overnight. Coaches condensed language into short, coded bursts designed for speed. A single phrase could contain layers of instruction, formation, and motion. The art of the sideline signal gave way to the science of verbal encryption. The challenge was no longer visibility, but interpretation. Coaches spoke faster. Quarterbacks learned to filter noise from meaning. Every second mattered. This new form of communication created an intimacy unlike anything before. A quarterback could hear his coach's tone, his urgency, even his frustration. In critical moments, that voice became both lifeline and burden. It was no longer just a command. It was presence, judgment, expectation. Some players said it felt like having a conscience wired into their helmet. Others called it a blessing that turned to noise when the pressure rose. The headset also changed how defenses approached deception. Without visible signals to study, they had to anticipate plays through movement alone. Film study became more psychological. Analysts dissected rhythm, cadence, and body language. The invisible voice forced the opposition to adapt. There were unintended consequences. Technical malfunctions became infamous. The league's frequency system sometimes failed under interference, cutting off communication mid-play. Coaches waved helplessly, forbidden from using backups. Teams accused one another of manipulating radio signals. Headset outages became as dramatic as turnovers. In one memorable instance during a playoff game, both teams lost communication simultaneously. For a brief moment, football returned to its primitive form. Hand signals replaced the invisible voice, and instinct replaced instruction. These breakdowns revealed how dependent the sport had become on the new system. The headset was no longer a tool. It was the nerve line of modern football. When it went silent, chaos reminded everyone that the game's order rested on fragile technology. Strategically, the headset introduced a new kind of deception. Coaches began disguising calls through phrasing and tone. They created verbal misdirection, speaking in ways only their quarterbacks could decode. Some used rhythm to signal audibles. Others embedded false words to confuse potential eavesdroppers. Paranoia followed innovation, as it always had in football. The invisible voice altered the rhythm of trust between coach and player. Before, quarterbacks had autonomy. They read defenses, adjusted formations, and owned the field's flow. Now, some felt like conduits for their coach's will. The line between independence and obedience blurred. The coach's mind extended into the game itself, but so did his control. Not everyone adapted easily. Veteran players, raised on gestures and signals, missed the clarity of visual language. They trusted what they could see more than what they could hear. But younger generations embraced it fully. The headset fit naturally into their sense of tempo and urgency. They learned to process information faster than ever before, turning verbal codes into instant action. The evolution of this technology reflected a deeper transformation in the sport's philosophy. Football had always been about physical confrontation. Now, it was about information speed. The team that processed data faster often won. Communication became a weapon of timing. The first whisper in the helmet often decided the outcome before the ball was snapped. Headsets also reshaped the relationship between coaching staffs. Coordinators upstairs could feed insights to the play caller, who transmitted them instantly to the quarterback. The chain of command compressed. Information moved in real time, and hesitation became the new enemy. The human delay that once defined football began to vanish. This compression of time changed how players perceived the game itself. Some described a strange dual awareness. Part of them focused on the field, part listening to a voice outside it. It created a cognitive split that demanded calm under constant input. Quarterbacks had to merge thought and instinct in a fraction of a second. The headset did not replace intelligence, it magnified it. The psychological weight of that voice could be immense. A coach's tone during a critical third down could shift a player's confidence instantly. Some quarterbacks thrived on it, drawing focus from the familiar sound. Others found it distracting, even suffocating. The sideline had crossed the threshold of the human mind. The game had entered the realm of inner communication. Fans rarely noticed this shift, but its impact was enormous. What appeared to be a simple exchange between coach and quarterback was, in truth, a moment of psychological intimacy. It was one man's voice guiding another through chaos, in real time, surrounded by noise that no longer mattered. In 1994, the headset gave football something new: the illusion of silence. The quarterback no longer looked for signals. He listened. The sideline no longer gestured. It spoke. The crowd could scream, the cameras could zoom, but the true command of the game existed in a private channel heard by only two people. This invisible voice redefined leadership. It connected generations of coaches to players who might never have shared a word outside that channel. It shaped strategy, trust, and even fear. For the first time, football's hidden language was not seen, but heard. And as technology improved, the line between advantage and dependence grew thinner. The invisible voice had given coaches control, but it had also changed the soul of the game. What once belonged to the field now belonged to the frequency. In the modern NFL, silence can be louder than any crowd. It can unmoor a quarterback, disrupt a play, and turn confidence into confusion in an instant. The advent of headsets promised clarity, efficiency, and control, but it also introduced vulnerability. The invisible line that connected coach to player could fail, and when it did, the consequences were immediate and often devastating. Headset malfunctions became infamous. A receiver might break free downfield while the quarterback froze, unable to adjust without instruction. Coaches frantically waved arms, but with the voice cut off, the field became an uncharted territory. One playoff game in the late 1990s saw a team lose a critical third down because the quarterback did not receive an audible. The radio had gone dead. By the time he recognized the defensive formation, the play was lost. The silent panic was enough to change the course of a season. Some failures were more deliberate than accidental. Rumors circulated that teams experimented with interference to disrupt opposing communications. Static, frequency overlap, and technical anomalies created suspicion. No definitive evidence ever proved the intentional jamming of signals, but the fear alone altered strategy. Coaches began building contingency plans for silence, acknowledging that the game could pivot on an absent voice. The mental impact of losing communication mid-drive is difficult to overstate. Quarterbacks describe the moment as a form of cognitive shock. The instinct to seek instruction is immediate. Decisions must be made without the voice that guides every timing, audible, and read. Panic can set in. Hesitation creeps, and execution falters. One player compared it to losing sight of the field for a fraction of a second while running full speed. Mistakes multiply. Plays unravel. Drives collapse. To combat these vulnerabilities, teams developed rigorous training for silent operation. Quarterbacks practiced reading defenses without verbal instruction. Receivers memorized formations and adjustments for multiple scenarios. Entire teams drilled in simulated communication blackouts. Coaches created visual signals that could replace the headset in an emergency. These exercises forced players to think independently while maintaining cohesion under pressure. Some teams took this to extreme levels. The New England Patriots, in the early 2000s, ran sessions in which quarterbacks were isolated from the sideline entirely. They learned to anticipate coverage, recognize shifting defenses, and execute without any prompts. The drills created a resilience that transformed the headset from crutch to tool. Silence became a force that honed instinct and preparation. Yet even with preparation, the psychological pressure remained. The sudden absence of guidance magnified every uncertainty. A misread coverage, a missed assignment, or an imperfect snap could not be corrected in real time. Players were forced to rely on intuition alone, testing both skill and nerve. Coaches who had once dominated with voice had to accept that control could evaporate instantly. The notion of silence as a weapon extended beyond mechanical failure. Teams recognized that noise, both literal and figurative, could disrupt communication. Sideline distractions were engineered to confuse opponents. Strategic substitutions and movements became unspoken tactics to mask the true play call. Crowds themselves could act as tools, their roar amplifying the mental stress of players. This era marked a shift in football psychology. The game was no longer simply physical or strategic. It was cognitive. Coaches and coordinators began to study not only opponents' formations, but also their mental responses to uncertainty. Training now included simulations of headset failure, unpredictable defensive shifts, and the pressure of decision-making in silence. The objective was to prepare players for scenarios where communication might vanish entirely. Players developed new forms of nonverbal communication to survive these moments. Quarterbacks used subtle gestures, footwork cues, and eye contact to convey audibles. Receivers and linemen learned to interpret rhythm and spacing to anticipate adjustments. The field became a theater of silent understanding, where success depended on perception as much as execution. The practice of silent communication also revealed the thin line between instinct and anxiety. Some players thrived under the pressure, finding clarity in the absence of voice. Others crumbled, paralyzed by indecision. The headset had created a paradox. It gave authority while demanding independence. The very tool designed to control a game could, in its absence, test the limits of human performance. Notable incidents highlighted the stakes of silence. In one nationally televised game, a quarterback was forced to improvise an entire drive after his headset failed. The crowd had no idea the communication line was dead. Each completion was a triumph of anticipation, reading, and trust in teammates. Analysts later cited the drive as one of the most precise demonstrations of mental agility under pressure in the modern era. Yet every success also underscored the fragility of the system. Teams knew that one misread gesture or misinterpretation could undo weeks of preparation. Coaches often describe these drills as exercises in resilience, but they were also a test of psychological endurance. Football had become a game where silence was both a threat and a teacher. This era also forced coaches to innovate further. They developed redundancy protocols, creating backup signals for critical plays. Players memorized multiple layers of instruction that could be activated visually. Entire huddles were rehearsed for scenarios in which communication failed entirely. The headset, once revolutionary, had inadvertently raised the standard of preparation to an almost obsessive level. The mental conditioning for silence was rigorous. Sports psychologists began to study the effect of sudden communication loss on decision-making. Teams introduced cognitive training exercises to help quarterbacks anticipate defenses without verbal cues. Practice fields became laboratories for human performance under uncertainty. Coaches instilled a philosophy that embraced the possibility of failure while mitigating its consequences through preparation. Even with such precautions, moments of chaos still defined games. When silence struck, the natural hierarchy of the team was tested. Leaders emerged in unexpected ways. Veteran players took command, signaling adjustments without instruction. Young players were forced to react quickly, learning through experience that instinct and observation could override missing guidance. The field itself became a communication network, alive with nonverbal signals born from necessity. The irony was clear. The tool meant to enhance clarity had made the human mind more crucial than ever. Headsets created a dependence that, when broken, revealed the depth of training and the intelligence required to execute plays under stress. Silence had become both an adversary and a metric of excellence. Teams that adapted thrived. Teams that faltered exposed the psychological cost of invisible communication. Over time, silence also became tactical. Some coaches engineered brief moments of apparent headset malfunction to confuse the opposition. A paused signal, a delayed call, or a sudden substitution could sow uncertainty. Players learned to maintain focus regardless of auditory input. The invisible battlefield extended beyond the mechanics of play into the mental resilience of each participant. The headset era had, paradoxically, reintroduced the old discipline of visual and instinctive communication. Teams had to prepare for the worst while exploiting the best. Quarterbacks memorized entire sequences in multiple formats. Receivers internalized formations and cadence. Offensive and defensive lines learned to react autonomously while preserving cohesion. The human element remained paramount, but it now operated within a framework of technological fragility. In the end, silence had become a weapon because it tested the limits of human cognition and trust. It transformed the sideline into a space of constant vigilance, a place where every glance, gesture, and heartbeat carried meaning. It reminded players and coaches alike that control could evaporate in an instant, and that preparation, discipline, and awareness were the only tools that could withstand it. The NFL's invisible voice had revealed its shadow. Moments of quiet could teach as much as moments of command. Coaches learned that silence could shape behavior, influence decisions, and define outcomes. Players learned that instinct, observation, and anticipation could counter a missing instruction. And the game, once reliant on voice and gesture alone, had discovered the power of absence. In 2007, the NFL faced one of the most controversial moments in its modern history. The New England Patriots, a team that had dominated the league through discipline, preparation, and innovation, were caught in a scandal that would shake the very foundation of sideline communication. The story began in the regular season when opposing teams noticed an uncanny ability of the Patriots to anticipate defensive schemes. Observers suspected the team's mastery of preparation had crossed a line. It was one thing to study, film, and practice signals. It was another to record signals in real time during games, a practice that would soon be labeled Spygate. The discovery came when the NFL obtained evidence that the Patriots had used a video camera to record defensive signals from opposing teams during games. The camera was positioned in a restricted area designed to capture subtle hand signals, formations, and gestures. For years, teams had relied on observation, memory, and intuition to decode opponents. The Patriots had introduced technology into a space that had always been human. The implications were immediate and severe. When the league announced its findings, the response was swift and divisive. The NFL fined the Patriots organization, stripped draft picks, and suspended head coach Bill Belichick. The scandal exposed a shadow side of the game that most fans and even players had only glimpsed in theory. Here was proof that the invisible battle on the sidelines could be exploited with technology. The line between preparation and invasion had blurred. The fallout reverberated through every locker room and sideline. Teams questioned their own systems. Could every gesture, every sequence, every subtle cue be intercepted? Coaches became hypervigilant, monitoring signals, adjusting signs, and sometimes abandoning long-practiced codes for secrecy. The Patriots incident created a cultural shift. The league's collective trust in sideline communication was shaken. What had once been an art form of observation and anticipation now carried a persistent fear of violation. Players experienced the scandal differently. Quarterbacks, linemen, and receivers learned that their instincts could be compromised not only by defense, but by surveillance. One veteran quarterback described feeling exposed in every game, knowing that signals meant for his team might be captured and analyzed elsewhere. Even seasoned coaches admitted that the scandal forced a reconsideration of what constituted fair preparation. Ethically, Spygate sparked debate that extended far beyond football. Analysts and journalists asked whether watching signals crossed a moral line or merely represented a more sophisticated form of preparation. Some argued that it was no different from studying film or noting tendencies over time. Others insisted that real-time recording transformed observation into theft, undermining the integrity of the sport. The divide was stark, and the discourse remains relevant today. The Patriots themselves defended their approach as an extension of competitive analysis. Belichick argued that the team's preparation had always been meticulous and that the recordings, while unauthorized, were an attempt to optimize performance within a high-stakes environment. Critics countered that the methods violated both league rules and the unwritten code of trust between teams. The conversation highlighted a recurring tension in football: the balance between strategic advantage and ethical boundaries. Spygate also revealed how fragile the human component of communication could be. Coaches and players realized that all the systems, signals, and codes they relied on were only as secure as the environment in which they existed. A sideline carefully choreographed for secrecy could be compromised in seconds by technology. It was a wake-up call that the battlefield of information had expanded beyond the field itself. The scandal had long-term consequences. Teams reevaluated their communication methods, introducing encrypted signals, complex hand sequences, and randomized verbal cues. Quarterbacks and receivers trained to anticipate not just defensive formations, but the possibility of interception. Sidelines became fortresses of secrecy, and paranoia became an accepted part of preparation. Spygate also affected the league's perception of the Patriots. For some, the team's success became tainted, its achievements forever shadowed by this scandal. For others, it was proof that in an era dominated by information and technology, mastery required innovation, even if it flirted with the rules. The debate about Spygate's impact on football legacy continues, reflecting the uneasy marriage of ethics and strategy in the modern game. The scandal illuminated the human consequences of sideline secrecy. Coaches faced intense scrutiny. Players felt pressure to execute without fear of exposure, and staff members worked in hypervigilant conditions. Trust became a rare commodity. Teams had to assume that any exposed signal could be recorded, analyzed, and weaponized. Preparation was no longer simply about knowing an opponent's tendencies. It was about controlling information flow, protecting secrets, and anticipating exploitation. Spygate also redefined the stakes of communication failure. A misread signal was always costly, but now exposure through technology introduced reputational risk. Teams could be penalized, careers threatened, and public perception altered instantly. The invisible war on the sideline had expanded, and the consequences were no longer confined to the field. Despite the controversy, Spygate forced the league to innovate. The NFL developed stricter rules regarding sideline access, camera placement, and real-time observation. Coaches introduced rotating signals, backup systems, and encrypted verbal codes to counter any future threats. Players trained to maintain performance under scrutiny, and the psychological dimension of football became more prominent than ever. The sport had entered an age where mental resilience and secrecy were as critical as physical prowess. The scandal also highlighted the evolution of trust. Previously, teams assumed that sideline communication, while observed, operated under a form of mutual understanding. Spygate shattered that assumption. It revealed that rules alone could not guarantee fairness, and that human curiosity, ambition, and ingenuity could exploit any gap. The ethical debate mirrored the technological reality. Information could never be fully contained, and advantage would always be sought. In retrospect, Spygate was a pivotal moment in NFL history. It exposed the fragility of the systems developed over decades. From the visual codes of the 1930s to the headset technology of the 1990s, it demonstrated that preparation could be weaponized, that secrecy could be violated, and that the balance between competitive edge and ethical conduct was delicate and constantly tested. The scandal forced a re-evaluation of what it meant to communicate on the sidelines, and it established a precedent for vigilance that remains in the league today. The event also reshaped the psychological landscape of the game. Players and coaches alike understood that mastery was no longer just about physical skill or playbook knowledge. It was about anticipating exposure, guarding information, and performing under the constant possibility of surveillance. The invisible war of communication had entered public awareness, revealing the pressures and ethical dilemmas that had long existed behind the helmets and headsets. In the end, Spygate was more than a scandal. It was a lens into the evolution of sideline language, showing how technology, psychology, and ethics intersect in a sport defined by secrecy. It reminded the league that the pursuit of advantage would always test the limits of trust and integrity. And it established a reality that every team must navigate, that the invisible game of signals, codes, and observation is as consequential as the physical contest on the field. Football, at its core, is a game of information. Spygate revealed the fragility of that information, the lengths teams will go to protect it, and the consequences when it is exposed. It forced players and coaches to reconsider the meaning of preparation, the boundaries of ethics, and the delicate architecture of trust that underpins every play. The scandal did not end the invisible war on the sideline. It only made it more complex, more intense, and more inseparable from the identity of the sport itself. In 2007, the NFL faced one of the most controversial moments in its modern history. The New England Patriots, a team that had dominated the league through discipline, preparation, and innovation, were caught in a scandal that would shake the very foundation of sideline communication. The story began in the regular season, when opposing teams noticed an uncanny ability of the Patriots to anticipate defensive schemes. Observers suspected the team's mastery of preparation had crossed a line. It was one thing to study film and practice signals. It was another to record signals in real time during games, a practice that would soon be labeled Spygate. The discovery came when the NFL obtained evidence that the Patriots had used a video camera to record defensive signals from opposing teams during games. The camera was positioned in a restricted area, designed to capture subtle hand signals, formations, and gestures. For years, teams had relied on observation, memory, and intuition to decode opponents. The Patriots had introduced technology into a space that had always been human. The implications were immediate and severe. When the league announced its findings, the response was swift and divisive. The NFL fined the Patriots organization, stripped draft picks, and suspended head coach Bill Belichick. The scandal exposed a shadow side of the game that most fans and even players had only glimpsed in theory. Here was proof that the invisible battle on the sidelines could be exploited with technology. The line between preparation and invasion had blurred. The fallout reverberated through every locker room and sideline. Teams questioned their own systems. Could every gesture, every sequence, every subtle cue be intercepted? Coaches became hypervigilant, monitoring signals, adjusting signs, and sometimes abandoning long-practiced codes for secrecy. The Patriots incident created a cultural shift. The league's collective trust in sideline communication was shaken. What had once been an art form of observation and anticipation now carried a persistent fear of violation. Players experienced the scandal differently. Quarterbacks, linemen, and receivers learned that their instincts could be compromised not only by defense but by surveillance. One veteran quarterback described feeling exposed in every game, knowing that signals meant for his team might be captured and analyzed elsewhere. Even seasoned coaches admitted that the scandal forced a reconsideration of what constituted fair preparation. Ethically, Spygate sparked debate that extended far beyond football. Analysts and journalists asked whether watching signals crossed a moral line or merely represented a more sophisticated form of preparation. Some argued that it was no different from studying film or noting tendencies over time. Others insisted that real-time recording transformed observation into theft, undermining the integrity of the sport. The divide was stark, and the discourse remains relevant today. The Patriots themselves defended their approach as an extension of competitive analysis. Belichick argued that the team's preparation had always been meticulous, and that the recordings, while unauthorized, were an attempt to optimize performance within a high-stakes environment. Critics countered that the methods violated both league rules and the unwritten code of trust between teams. The conversation highlighted a recurring tension in football: the balance between strategic advantage and ethical boundaries. Spygate also revealed how fragile the human component of communication could be. Coaches and players realized that all the systems, signals, and codes they relied on were only as secure as the environment in which they existed. A sideline carefully choreographed for secrecy could be compromised in seconds by technology. It was a wake-up call that the battlefield of information had expanded beyond the field itself. The scandal had long-term consequences. Teams reevaluated their communication methods, introducing encrypted signals, complex hand sequences, and randomized verbal cues. Quarterbacks and receivers trained to anticipate not just defensive formations, but the possibility of interception. Sidelines became fortresses of secrecy, and paranoia became an accepted part of preparation. Spygate also affected the league's perception of the Patriots. For some, the team's success became tainted, its achievements forever shadowed by the scandal. For others, it was proof that in an era dominated by information and technology, mastery required innovation, even if it flirted with the rules. The debate about Spygate's impact on football legacy continues, reflecting the uneasy marriage of ethics and strategy in the modern game. The scandal illuminated the human consequences of sideline secrecy. Coaches faced intense scrutiny. Players felt pressure to execute without fear of exposure, and staff members worked in hypervigilant conditions. Trust became a rare commodity. Teams had to assume that any exposed signal could be recorded, analyzed, and weaponized. Preparation was no longer simply about knowing an opponent's tendencies. It was about controlling information flow, protecting secrets, and anticipating exploitation. Spygate also redefined the stakes of communication failure. A misread signal was always costly, but now exposure through technology introduced reputational risk. Teams could be penalized, careers threatened, and public perception altered instantly. The invisible war on the sideline had expanded, and the consequences were no longer confined to the field. Despite the controversy, Spygate forced the league to innovate. The NFL developed stricter rules regarding sideline access, camera placement, and real-time observation. Coaches introduced rotating signals, backup systems, and encrypted verbal codes to counter any future threats. Players trained to maintain performance under scrutiny, and the psychological dimension of football became more prominent than ever. The sport had entered an age where mental resilience and secrecy were as critical as physical prowess. The scandal also highlighted the evolution of trust. Previously, teams assumed that sideline communication, while observed, operated under a form of mutual understanding. Spygate shattered that assumption. It revealed that rules alone could not guarantee fairness, and that human curiosity, ambition, and ingenuity could exploit any gap. The ethical debate mirrored the technological reality. Information could never be fully contained. An advantage would always be sought. In retrospect, Spygate was a pivotal moment in NFL history. It exposed the fragility of the systems developed over decades. From the visual codes of the 1930s to the headset technology of the 1990s, it demonstrated that preparation could be weaponized, that secrecy could be violated, and that the balance between competitive edge and ethical conduct was delicate and constantly tested. The scandal forced a re-evaluation of what it meant to communicate on the sidelines, and it established a precedent for vigilance that remains in the league today. The event also reshaped the psychological landscape of the game. Players and coaches alike understood that mastery was no longer just about physical skill or playbook knowledge. It was about anticipating exposure, guarding information, and performing under the constant possibility of surveillance. The invisible war of communication had entered public awareness, revealing the pressures and ethical dilemmas that had long existed behind the helmets and headsets. In the end, Spygate was more than a scandal. It was a lens into the evolution of sideline language, showing how technology, psychology, and ethics intersect in a sport defined by secrecy. It reminded the league that the pursuit of advantage would always test the limits of trust and integrity. And it established a reality that every team must navigate, that the invisible game of signals, codes, and observation is as consequential as the physical contest on the field. Football, at its core, is a game of information. Spygate revealed the fragility of that information, the lengths teams will go to protect it, and the consequences when it is exposed. It forced players and coaches to reconsider the meaning of preparation, the boundaries of ethics, and the delicate architecture of trust that underpins every play. The scandal did not end the invisible war on the sideline. It only made it more complex, more intense, and more inseparable from the identity of the sport itself. In professional football, the line between strategy and espionage has always been narrow. Coaches compete not only through talent and execution, but also through the mastery of information. Rivalries were rarely settled on physical dominance alone. They were shaped by intelligence gathering, preparation, and the art of decoding the invisible language of the sideline. The NFL became a theater where mind met machine and instinct met observation. Some of the league's most legendary coaches approached this battlefield with the precision and discipline of military commanders. They treated sideline codes not as mere signals, but as instruments of war. Every gesture, every pause, every audible carried multiple layers of meaning, designed to convey information to their players while concealing intent from opponents. The process was meticulous, obsessive, and often secretive. Bill Belichick was a master of this methodology. His reputation for preparation extended beyond traditional scouting reports and game planning. He viewed football as a series of puzzles, each opponent presenting a set of variables to analyze, anticipate, and exploit. In practice, this meant he devoted hours to dissecting hand signals, formations, and tendencies, developing codes that were nearly impossible for rival teams to decipher in real time. His obsession with detail was legendary. And his approach to sideline communication reflected a larger philosophy. Control the information, and you control the game. Bill Parcells, another iconic figure, shared a similar worldview. He believed that winning required not only physical domination, but also mastery over perception and deception. Practices, meetings, and film sessions were rehearsals for a larger contest of intelligence. In his mind, the sideline was a command center where knowledge was as critical as skill, and codes were a language that could decide championships. Coaches like Parcells and Belichick treated every gesture as part of an elaborate system, designed to maximize clarity for their team while masking intent from others. The intensity of these preparations often bordered on obsession. Coaches maintained detailed logs of signals, tendencies, and adjustments. They assigned assistants to monitor subtleties that might escape the casual eye, noting how a lineman shifted before the snap, how a quarterback's eyes traveled across the field, and how formations hinted at play selection. Every element of the game became data. Every movement was analyzed, cataloged, and encoded. Rivalries became extended chess matches played in silence and observation. Coaches spent hours anticipating not only what their opponents would do, but also how they would attempt to interpret their own codes. This level of psychological engagement added a dimension of tension that few fans ever saw. Football, in this context, was not only a physical contest, but a war of wits, intelligence, and foresight. The obsession with detail extended beyond the team itself. Coaches studied opposing staffs with the same rigor they applied to players. They examined patterns of substitution, tendencies during critical downs, and even sideline behavior to anticipate strategy. The goal was simple, yet profound: to create a competitive advantage through understanding what was hidden, what was subtle, and what might go unnoticed by others. The concept of layered codes emerged from this philosophy. Coaches implemented signals with multiple meanings depending on context. A single hand gesture could indicate a shift in formation, a change in play, or a decoy meant to mislead the opposition. Verbal calls were often compressed into shorthand phrases, incomprehensible to anyone not fully trained. These codes evolved continuously, adapting to the observations of rivals, creating a dynamic environment where the visible and invisible were intertwined. Preparation became a psychological weapon. Players were trained to anticipate deception, reading both the explicit and implicit elements of communication. Quarterbacks learned to interpret tone, cadence, and rhythm as much as gestures and words. Receivers internalized sequences and adjustments beyond what was spoken aloud. Every participant became a node in a network of knowledge, each reliant on understanding the hidden structure of the game. Belichick and Parcells were emblematic of a larger trend in professional football: the militarization of sideline strategy. Coaches recognized that information could be as decisive as speed, strength, or endurance. To dominate the field, they needed mastery over both physical execution and cognitive awareness. Games were not won solely by athleticism, but by the ability to anticipate, decode, and control the invisible signals that structured every play. Rivalries defined by intelligence gathering were intense, sometimes bordering on paranoia. Teams watched each other as carefully off the field as on. Practices, meetings, and sideline behavior were scrutinized for patterns, weaknesses, or inadvertent disclosures. A coach's obsession with secrecy created a culture in which trust was measured and signals were tightly guarded. Else, every play carried a dual purpose: to execute the game plan and to conceal the true intent. This culture also influenced the evolution of sideline training. Players were no longer taught only formations and routes. They were trained to observe, interpret, and react to subtle cues. Quarterbacks practiced reading not just defenses, but their own signals in motion. Receivers learned to anticipate audibles based on posture, cadence, and spacing. The team functioned as a living system of code, where performance depended on both understanding and execution of the hidden language. The obsession with intelligence was not limited to coaching. General managers, scouts, and support staff all contributed to the accumulation and protection of knowledge. Film rooms became archives of subtlety, documenting patterns and tendencies across seasons. Preparation was exhaustive, incorporating both observable behaviors and probabilistic analysis. Teams invested heavily in capturing, decoding, and understanding every possible layer of information. Some critics argued that this focus on espionage overshadowed the human element of football. Players became instruments of strategy rather than independent actors. Games could be decided not by physical confrontation, but by the success or failure of decoding hidden signals. Yet for the coaches, the cognitive dimension was inseparable from the athletic. The field was a stage, but the mind was the true arena. The legacy of this period in NFL history is profound. Coaches like Belichick and Parcells set standards for preparation, secrecy, and psychological control that continue to influence the league. Their approach transformed the sideline from a place of mere instruction to a command center of observation, deception, and calculation. Football became a game of hidden dimensions, where mastery required vigilance, anticipation, and discipline. The obsession with codes also created moral and ethical tension. Where does preparation end and exploitation begin? How much observation is fair? And when does it become a form of espionage? Rivalries pushed coaches to test boundaries, leading to incidents like Spygate, but also to a culture of meticulous analysis and relentless refinement. The questions raised by this era remain unresolved, highlighting the complex interplay between ethics, competition, and innovation in professional sports. The human cost of this obsession was subtle but real. Players felt the weight of constant analysis, knowing that every misstep could be scrutinized, not just in terms of performance, but in its alignment with coded signals. Coaches carried the burden of strategy and secrecy, managing information flows while maintaining authority. The sideline became a space where mental acuity was as vital as physical skill, and where success depended on understanding not only the game, but the minds of those participating. By the end of this era, the NFL had evolved into a networked system of observation and communication. Every team, every coach, every player operated within a complex web of signals, both explicit and hidden. The game remained a contest of athleticism, but victory increasingly relied on decoding, secrecy, and intelligence. Sideline codes were no longer just a tool. They had become a defining feature of professional football. The influence of Belichick and Parcells extended beyond championships. Their methods shaped the expectations of coaching in the modern NFL. Teams today maintain extensive signal protocols, develop layered communication systems, and train players to operate under conditions of deception and uncertainty. The era of intelligence-driven competition established a new standard for preparation, one in which observation, anticipation, and secrecy were as critical as speed, strength, and agility. In reflecting on this period, it becomes clear that professional football had become a sophisticated system of information. Coaches were no longer just strategists. They were architects of understanding, designers of hidden communication, and masters of perception. The rivalry between teams was played not only on the field, but in the space of observation, analysis, and interpretation. Success depended on the ability to read, conceal, and respond to the invisible. This chapter of NFL history demonstrates the profound transformation of sideline communication. The combination of intelligence gathering, meticulous coding, and psychological preparation created a competitive environment in which the stakes extended beyond physical confrontation. Coaches like Belichick and Parcells exemplified the precision, discipline, and strategic vision required to navigate this invisible battlefield. Their legacy endures in every modern sideline, in every coded signal, and in every split-second decision that defines the game. Football at the professional level is a machine built on human performance, precision, and instinct. Yet beneath the spectacle of speed and power exists a network of mental labor, a hidden architecture of communication that demands as much from the mind as from the body. Players are not only athletes, they are translators of complex codes, constantly decoding, processing, and executing in real time. Quarterbacks, linebackers, and coordinators operate at the intersection of athleticism and cognitive endurance, serving as the linchpins in a system of invisible understanding. Consider the quarterback. The position is often described as the brain of the offense, but in modern professional football, the brain must also be a cipher. Every gesture, glance, and cadence carries layered meaning. A single hand signal could indicate a play change, a defensive adjustment, or a decoy designed to mislead opponents. The quarterback must internalize these codes to the point that they become instinctual, executed in the split second between snap and throw. Failure to do so can derail an entire drive. Linebackers and defensive captains bear an equally heavy cognitive load. They must anticipate the opponent's intentions, reading subtle cues from the quarterback's eyes, footwork, and timing. They memorize formations, tendencies, and signals for every scenario, prepared to react instantly under pressure. Their role is to intercept not just the ball, but the hidden language of the sideline. To interpret the invisible signals that guide offensive execution. Mistakes can lead to critical losses, and the mental strain of constant observation is immense. Coordinators, often stationed on the sidelines or in the booth, serve as intermediaries between strategy and execution. They translate the playbook into signals, gestures, and verbal cues that must be understood by every player. Their challenge is not only clarity, but secrecy. Every communication must be precise, yet opaque to opponents, intelligible only to the intended recipients. They carry the responsibility of synchronizing dozens of minds under the pressure of a ticking clock, a roaring crowd, and the relentless intensity of professional competition. The mental burden is compounded by the sheer volume of information. Teams can employ hundreds of unique signals, layered with context-specific adjustments. Players memorize these codes through repetition, film study, and practical drills. Yet the system evolves continuously. Signals change weekly, sometimes daily, to counteract opponents' observation. The mind must remain agile, able to adapt instantly to new rules, gestures, and sequences. This cognitive load is relentless, with little room for error. Trust is a critical component in this system. Players must believe in the reliability of their signals, the consistency of their coaches, and the judgment of their teammates. A quarterback cannot hesitate because a receiver misreads a gesture, and a defensive captain cannot falter because a lineman reacts prematurely. The machine is only as strong as the cohesion of its parts, and cohesion depends on a shared understanding of the invisible language that guides the game. Yet trust is not blind obedience. Elite players know when to rely on instinct over instruction. They anticipate adjustments based on the flow of the game, the tendencies of opponents, and the subtle patterns that emerge in real time. The code provides structure, but intuition allows for flexibility. Players who excel are those who can navigate between rigid instruction and improvisation, interpreting signals through both logic and experience. The cognitive demands extend beyond play execution. Preparation begins long before players step onto the field. Film study, practice, and repetition form a continuous loop of learning and reinforcement. Players must internalize not only their team's system, but also the tendencies of every opponent. This dual awareness requires extraordinary focus, memory, and analytical skill. The physical exertion of the game is accompanied by a mental marathon that rarely receives public recognition. Mistakes are inevitable, and the consequences are immediate. A misread signal can result in a sack, an interception, or a missed opportunity that changes the momentum of a game. Players describe the pressure as a constant tension, knowing that performance hinges on flawless communication. Even slight hesitation or doubt can cascade into failure, highlighting the delicate balance between preparation and execution. The system also introduces ethical and psychological complexities. While players are trained to follow signals rigorously, yet they must remain critical thinkers capable of adjusting when circumstances deviate from expectation. Blind obedience can be dangerous, but excessive hesitation undermines efficiency. The most effective players strike a balance, combining disciplined understanding of the code with adaptive decision-making. Their performance is a testament not only to athleticism, but to cognitive mastery. Quarterbacks often describe the position as a series of rapid-fire decisions under extreme stress. In the milliseconds between snap and contact, they must reconcile signals from the sideline with the live behavior of the defense. This involves reading patterns, predicting reactions, and adjusting strategy in real time. The invisible communication network of hand signals, verbal cues, and gestures becomes a framework within which intuition operates. The game becomes a test of mental endurance as much as physical execution. Linebackers and defensive leaders operate with a similar intensity. They must interpret offensive codes on the fly, anticipate audibles, and coordinate responses across multiple positions. The sideline provides guidance, but much of the work occurs in the mind. As players process layers of information and decide how to react instantly, the complexity is immense and the margin for error is narrow. Coordinators occupy a unique position, bridging strategy and execution. They must craft signals that are clear to their own team, yet indecipherable to the opponent. Their role requires foresight, creativity, and psychological insight. Every gesture is calculated, every sequence rehearsed, and every communication evaluated for potential exposure. The coordinator becomes both translator and guardian of information, responsible for synchronizing dozens of individual minds into a coherent system. The mental architecture of football extends to special teams, offensive lines, and even backup players. Each position interprets and contributes to the network of communication. The sideline is a web of signals, rhythms, and anticipatory behavior. Success requires every participant to operate in concert, translating the code into movement, timing, and execution. It is a system of human intelligence, one that is constantly tested under pressure. Players often speak of the intensity of memorizing and executing hundreds of signals. The process is both exhausting and precise. Even minor errors can have major consequences. Quarterbacks review sequences endlessly. Defensive captains study tendencies and formations, and coordinators continuously adjust protocols. The cognitive demand rivals that of the physical contest, creating a dual challenge that defines modern football. The relationship between trust and autonomy is central to this system. Players must rely on signals, but they must also trust their own judgment when deviations occur. Coordination and intuition must coexist. The code provides structure, but understanding the game requires insight, experience, and quick adaptation. Elite performance emerges at the intersection of obedience, perception, and cognitive flexibility. This invisible dimension of football is rarely understood outside the league. Fans see throws, tackles, and touchdowns, but the intricate network of signals, codes, and mental calculation remains hidden. Players operate inside a machine that is both mechanical and human, demanding endurance, memory, and insight at the highest levels. The human mind becomes as crucial as the human body in determining outcomes. The psychological strain of operating within this machine is substantial. Players describe the pressure of maintaining focus while interpreting codes, reading defenses, and executing under time constraints. Mistakes are magnified because of their potential impact on teammates, outcomes, and reputation. The cognitive demands of professional football are relentless, creating an invisible intensity that runs parallel to the visible physical contest. The code also fosters accountability. Players learn to trust teammates while remaining responsible for their own performance. Success depends on synchronization and mental clarity. Quarterbacks, linebackers, and coordinators operate in a feedback loop of observation, interpretation, and execution. The invisible language of football is a shared responsibility, one that demands intelligence, precision, and mental resilience. At the highest levels, players become experts not only in athletic skill, but in the architecture of communication. They internalize layers of signals, anticipate adjustments, and adapt to dynamic scenarios. Their performance is a combination of preparation, instinct, and mental agility. The sideline code becomes a living system, constantly evolving and requiring mastery from every participant. In essence, players are the human processors of a complex machine. They translate signals into action, observation into adaptation, and instruction into execution. The system relies on trust, skill, and cognitive endurance. The mental demands of the game parallel the physical, demonstrating that football is as much a contest of intelligence as of strength and speed. This intricate web of communication highlights the unique pressures of professional football. It is a game in which success depends on understanding hidden codes, anticipating patterns, and executing flawlessly under immense psychological strain. Players are both participants and interpreters, operating inside a machine that is invisible to fans but decisive in outcomes. The lessons from this era extend beyond the field. They reveal the capacity of the human mind to process, adapt, and perform under extreme pressure. They illustrate the critical interplay between trust, skill, and cognitive load. Most importantly, they show that football is not merely a physical contest, but a sophisticated network of information, communication, and mental resilience. The players inside the machine embody this reality. Their performance is a testament to the complexity of the game, the demands of modern coaching, and the sophistication of sideline codes. They operate as translators, interpreters, and decision-makers in a system where every signal carries weight, and every choice has consequence. The invisible dimension of football is their domain, and their mastery of it defines the margins between victory and defeat. In the world of professional football, intelligence and observation are as crucial as speed and strength. Beyond the audible, the formation, and the motion, opponents have long sought to intercept the hidden language of the sideline. Coaches, coordinators, and analysts understood that mastery of signals could determine the outcome of a game. The evolution of this invisible war gave rise to techniques both subtle and extraordinary, ranging from lip reading to the psychological manipulation of perception. The sideline became a theater where mind met mind, and understanding the enemy required more than athletic skill. Opposing teams developed methods to decode gestures in real time. Observers would watch quarterbacks, receivers, and linemen, cataloging every hand motion, head tilt, and cadence. Analysts documented repeated sequences, noting the correlation between signal and action. The process was meticulous and exhausting. Each player became a source of information, and every subtle movement carried the potential to reveal strategy. The ability to anticipate an opponent's intent often required hours of preparation and an acute understanding of human behavior. Lip reading became an advanced tool in this silent war. Scouts and assistant coaches trained themselves to interpret mouth movements of quarterbacks and other vocal leaders on the field. During critical moments, an almost imperceptible whisper could indicate a play change, a formation adjustment, or an audible. Those capable of reading these cues gained an extraordinary advantage, translating what was meant to be private communication into actionable intelligence. Teams invested time, technology, and observation into this practice, turning the subtle movements of the human face into a strategic resource. Coaches responded by introducing decoy signals, gestures designed to mislead and confuse. Fake play callers were sometimes positioned on the sidelines, executing movements meant to distract or misinform. These tactics were layered into the game with precision, creating a constant tension between what was real and what was false. The aim was not simply to deceive, but to destabilize the opponent's perception, forcing hesitation and error. Every gesture had a dual purpose, operating simultaneously to guide one's own team and mislead the other. This ongoing cat-and-mouse game demanded adaptability. Signals evolved rapidly, often week to week, or even drive to drive. Teams could not rely solely on repetition. They needed to anticipate interception attempts and continually refine their communication. Coaches spent countless hours designing layered sequences, ensuring that what was intended for their players remained opaque to anyone watching from the outside. The sideline code became a living system, flexible and resilient, adapting to the evolving methods of observation employed by opponents. Psychological warfare was central to this evolution. Opponents who studied hand gestures, eye movements, and lip patterns were operating under intense cognitive strain. The pressure to decode signals in real time. under the duress of a roaring stadium and the physical demands of the game created mental fatigue that could compromise performance. Teams used this to their advantage, knowing that confusion, hesitation, or second-guessing could turn a routine play into a costly error. Coaches recognized the importance of manipulating perception. By combining decoy movements with authentic signals, they introduced ambiguity that made interpretation exponentially more difficult. Players were trained to execute with confidence, even as opponents were misled. The system relied on discipline and understanding, ensuring that the team remained cohesive while outsiders struggled to decipher the code. The interplay of reality and deception became a defining element of professional football strategy. Incidents of success and failure illustrated the high stakes of this invisible battlefield. A single misread gesture or overlooked nuance could result in a turnover, a blown assignment, or a failed drive. Conversely, a correctly interpreted signal could provide critical insight, allowing the defense to anticipate an audible or anticipate the quarterback's intentions. The consequences were immediate, tangible, and often decisive. Every gesture carried weight, and every decision became part of a larger cognitive struggle. Teams began to integrate technology into this silent war. Video analysis allowed coaches and analysts to review subtle cues frame by frame. Patterns emerged, tendencies were cataloged, and predictive models were developed. The invisible battlefield expanded beyond the game itself, extending into film rooms and scouting departments. Observation was no longer passive. It became an active process of decoding, anticipating, and countering. Success depended not just on execution, but on understanding the signals that governed the game at every level. Players themselves became aware of the constant scrutiny. Quarterbacks adjusted lip movements, linemen altered hand gestures, and receivers modified cadence to reduce the risk of interception. Mental discipline was paramount, as even a brief lapse could provide information to the opposition. The game demanded both physical and cognitive excellence, and the invisible dimension of football was a test of mental resilience as much as athletic skill. The evolution of disguise also extended to formations and positioning. Teams shifted alignments, adjusted motions, and varied cadence to obscure intention. Signals that once had a single meaning were now context-dependent. A gesture in one scenario might indicate a play, while in another, it served as misdirection. The complexity of the system grew as coaches sought to maintain clarity for their team while increasing opacity for observers. The sideline became a place of constant adaptation, where perception and deception were inextricably linked. This sophistication brought ethical and psychological tension. Opponents might exploit every available avenue to decode signals, while teams had to balance clarity with concealment. The boundary between preparation and manipulation was subtle. Coaches and players operated in an environment where secrecy was essential, but the human mind could not fully eliminate error. The struggle to maintain integrity while competing at the highest level added an invisible layer of stress to the game. The interplay of observation, anticipation, and execution defined modern football. Players internalized layers of meaning beyond what was spoken aloud. The code was multifaceted, encompassing gestures, glances, cadence, and positioning. Those who could interpret it effectively gained an advantage. Those who failed faced immediate consequences. The game became a psychological contest as much as a physical one, testing the capacity to process information, anticipate deception, and respond under pressure. Coaches developed elaborate contingency plans. Multiple layers of signals, redundant systems, and backup codes ensured that even if an opponent intercepted part of the communication, the team could continue functioning. These systems required rigorous training, repetition, and discipline. Players memorized sequences, learned context-specific adjustments, and rehearsed scenarios where signals might be obscured or misinterpreted. The complexity of the code became a defining feature of professional football. The constant evolution of disguise created a dynamic environment in which adaptability was essential. Teams that failed to innovate were exposed. Those that succeeded maintained a delicate balance between clarity and secrecy, ensuring that players understood the plan while outsiders remained uncertain. The sideline became a place of continuous strategic development, a theater of mental competition that ran parallel to the physical contest on the field. Success in this domain required both human and systemic excellence. Players had to internalize codes, execute with precision, and anticipate adjustments. Coaches had to design signals that were clear for their team, yet opaque to others. Analysts had to monitor patterns and develop predictive models. The invisible war was waged across multiple layers of operation, and the outcome depended on coordination, discipline, and cognitive agility. Historical examples demonstrate the stakes. Teams that misread signals faced costly turnovers, blown assignments, and failed drives. Those that correctly interpreted cues gained insights that could swing momentum and define games. The margin between success and failure often rested on the ability to decode the invisible language of the sideline. It was a high-stakes contest where intelligence, anticipation, and deception converged in real time. The culture that emerged emphasized mental endurance, observation, and adaptability. Players were trained to remain calm under pressure, to distinguish authentic signals from decoys, and to adjust dynamically to evolving circumstances. The mental architecture of the game became as intricate as its physical design. Success required mastering not only the plays themselves, but the unseen language that governed communication at the highest levels. In the modern NFL, reading lips, interpreting gestures, and anticipating signals is no longer optional. It is a requirement of competition at the elite level. Teams invest in observation, technology, and preparation to decode the hidden elements of the game. Players and coaches alike operate within a system where mental acuity is tested continuously, and the ability to maintain secrecy and clarity under pressure defines both individual and team performance. The evolution of disguise and deception illustrates the constant tension between transparency and secrecy in professional football. The visible plays on the field represent only a fraction of the competition. The invisible war, waged through gestures, signals, and psychological manipulation, is equally decisive. Mastery of this dimension distinguishes elite teams and players from the rest, highlighting the cerebral aspect of a sport often perceived solely through physical prowess. The sideline remains a space of layered meaning, anticipation, and mental strategy. The game is a dialogue between what is communicated and what is concealed. Players, coaches, and analysts participate in a continuous feedback loop, adjusting, interpreting, and responding in real time. Success hinges on the ability to navigate this invisible dimension, to anticipate deception, and to execute with precision under cognitive and physical stress. The practice of reading lips and interpreting gestures reflects the intersection of intelligence, psychology, and athleticism. It demonstrates how professional football has evolved into a complex system of signals, codes, and mental strategy. The players and coaches who master this environment operate as much in the domain of information as in the physical contest, revealing a hidden layer of the game that is critical to understanding modern football. Every play, every gesture, and every signal carries the potential to shift the balance. The invisible dimension of football is relentless, requiring continuous adaptation, observation, and execution. The roots of modern sideline communication in professional football can be traced back to college programs, where experimentation with signals, gestures, and visual codes first took hold. Universities were laboratories of innovation, where young coaches tested strategies and systems that would later reverberate through the NFL. What began as simple hand signals and colored markers evolved into sophisticated visual networks, creating a legacy that would transform professional football. College football was the proving ground for ideas that blurred the line between strategy and intelligence. In the early decades, coaches relied on improvisation to communicate with players across the field. Sideline boards displayed numbers or letters representing plays. Hand signals were assigned to formations or audibles. Even colored towels or hats became instruments of instruction. The chaos of the college sideline required clarity and execution, but also introduced the concept of hidden meaning. Players learned to interpret signals in context, reading not just the gesture, but the situation, the down, and the defensive alignment. This early emphasis on reading context laid the foundation for what would become the sideline code in the professional ranks. By the 1960s and 1970s, college football programs had refined these systems into complex visual lexicons. Teams employed rotating boards, flashing markers, and color-coded signals to convey information quickly and discreetly. Coaches experimented with sequences that varied from drive to drive, forcing players to internalize a large number of possibilities. Memorization became essential, and mental preparation grew alongside physical conditioning. College athletes were trained not just to react, but to anticipate, to read signals under pressure, and to execute with precision. These innovations did not remain isolated within the collegiate sphere. As assistants and coordinators transitioned from college to professional football, they brought with them the systems, insights, and methodologies they had developed in universities. College programs acted as incubators, producing coaches who were adept at translating visual complexity into execution at the professional level. Many of the architects of sideline codes in the NFL began their careers under the intense experimental conditions of college football. The professional league inherited not only their knowledge, but also their approach to layered communication. The expansion of visual communication in college football also introduced an element of psychological strategy. Teams began using decoys, false signals, and redundant sequences to obscure intentions. A hand gesture might indicate one play on first glance, but carry a different meaning depending on prior context. Players were trained to differentiate between authentic instructions and misdirection. This emphasis on disguise created a culture of mental agility, where understanding the hidden layers of communication was as important as athletic skill. When these systems migrated to the NFL, they collided with a higher level of scrutiny and competition. Professional players, coaches, and analysts were capable of decoding subtle gestures with precision. Signals that had been effective at the collegiate level were often intercepted or anticipated in the professional arena. As a result, the NFL demanded more sophisticated communication methods. College systems became the foundation upon which professional coaches built more complex, multi-layered codes. The stakes were higher, the margins narrower, and the margin for error almost non-existent. This transition also highlights the role of personnel in code development. Many college assistants, once tasked with refining visual communication at the university level, became professional code breakers in the NFL. Their experience in constructing, testing, and adapting complex systems allowed them to anticipate what rival teams might observe, decode, or exploit. They brought a level of analytical skill that transformed sideline communication into a highly technical discipline. Their work ensured that signals remained functional under pressure while resistant to interception. The proliferation of boards, signals, and visual cues also had practical consequences on gameplay. The sheer volume of information required players to become adept at rapid interpretation. Quarterbacks and captains often memorized hundreds of gestures, sequences, and situational adjustments. The cognitive load was immense, and failure to internalize the system could lead to miscommunication, blown assignments, or turnovers. The complexity that began in college programs carried forward, demonstrating how early innovations created both opportunity and responsibility in professional football. In addition to complexity, these systems reinforced a culture of preparation. Players were trained to anticipate adjustments, recognize patterns, and adapt on the fly. Practices emphasized mental discipline alongside physical conditioning, with repetition of signals, sequences, and visual cues forming the backbone of preparation. College programs demonstrated the efficacy of intensive cognitive rehearsal, proving that mastery of communication could translate directly into on-field performance. Professional teams adopted these lessons, recognizing that the ability to internalize and interpret signals was a decisive competitive advantage. The influence of college football extended to defensive strategy as well. Teams learned to study signals not only for execution, but also for intelligence gathering. Film sessions included analysis of opponents' hand gestures, formations, and sideline behavior. Defensive coordinators trained players to anticipate audibles and audacious calls based on visual cues. This dual use of signals as instruction and as intelligence was a concept honed in college programs and perfected in the professional league. The evolution of reading and countering signals became a key component of defensive success. Another important consequence of college influence was the standardization and codification of signals. Whereas early visual communication relied on improvisation and individual innovation, college programs introduced systematic methods for signal assignment, repetition, and adaptation. Players and assistants followed structured systems that could be documented, analyzed, and improved over time. This approach provided a template for professional teams, allowing them to expand complexity while maintaining operational coherence. The culture of signal innovation also fostered a competitive edge. Programs that invested in the development of advanced communication systems gained a measurable advantage on the field. Coaches could adjust plays mid-drive, deceive opponents, and coordinate complex sequences with precision. Players who mastered the codes executed at a higher level, anticipating adjustments and responding with intelligence and timing. The combination of preparation and observation became a hallmark of both collegiate and professional success. College football also introduced the concept of redundant signaling. Recognizing that gestures could be intercepted or misread, teams layered communication, providing multiple cues for the same instruction. A quarterback might receive a hand gesture, a verbal cue, and a positioning shift, all indicating the same play. Redundancy ensured clarity for their own team while increasing ambiguity for opponents. This practice migrated directly to the NFL, where signals became multidimensional and resistant to interception. The migration of systems from college to professional football was not without challenge. Professional athletes are faster, smarter, and more experienced. Signals that worked in college could fail against a professional defense. Coaches had to adapt, incorporating new layers of complexity, obfuscation, and contingency planning. The process required collaboration, observation, and constant refinement. College routes provided the foundation, but the NFL demanded sophistication, precision, and innovation. Ultimately, the legacy of college communication systems lies in their enduring influence on the professional game. The experimentation, invention, and refinement that occurred at the university level created a culture of mental preparation, signal mastery, and strategic adaptation. Professional football inherited these lessons, developing a sophisticated language of sideline codes that governs modern gameplay. Without these foundations, the layered, adaptive, and high-stakes communication networks of today would not exist. The journey from college boards and colored markers to professional multi-layered codes demonstrates the iterative nature of football strategy. Every innovation built upon prior knowledge, and each generation of coaches contributed to an evolving architecture of communication. The college roots of modern NFL sideline strategy highlight the interplay between observation, anticipation, showing how early experimentation shaped the invisible dimension of professional football. The influence of college systems also extends to the players themselves. Quarterbacks, captains, and coordinators who experienced complex communication structures in college were better prepared to navigate the professional environment. Their familiarity with layered signals, redundancy, and observation gave them an advantage, allowing for smoother adaptation and more sophisticated execution. College experience became a form of cognitive apprenticeship, equipping players for the demands of the NFL sideline. In retrospect, the legacy of college communication systems is inseparable from the modern professional game. the visual chaos, layered signaling. Encoded sequences that define the NFL today were born in the laboratories of college football. Early experimentation with gestures, boards, and colors laid the groundwork for sophisticated, multidimensional communication systems that challenge both mind and body. Professional football inherited these lessons, evolving them into the intricate sideline language that governs modern play. The story of college roots and professional consequences is a story of continuity, innovation, and adaptation. It highlights the relentless drive to gain advantage, the creativity required to maintain secrecy, and the intelligence demanded of players and coaches. Signals, gestures, and codes are not simply tools. They are instruments of strategy, anticipation, and psychological control. The evolution from college experimentation to professional mastery demonstrates that football is as much a contest of intellect as it is of physicality. College programs served as the incubators of innovation, the laboratories where coaches tested the limits of communication. Their influence resonates in the NFL, where signals, gestures, and visual cues are an essential part of preparation, execution, and competition. Players and coaches operate within a system that is both inherited and evolving, a reflection of decades of experimentation, observation, and refinement. The legacy of these systems is woven into every play, audible, and gesture on the professional sideline. The NFL sideline experienced a quiet transformation in the first decades of the 21st century. The proliferation of digital technology changed the game in ways both subtle and profound. Tablets, initially introduced as tools for play, review, and communication, became central to the orchestration of professional football. The device itself seemed innocuous, a simple screen in the hands of coaches and players. Yet its presence fundamentally altered how information was transmitted, analyzed, and acted upon. The sideline evolved into a digital hub where intelligence, strategy, and technology converged, creating a new dimension of the game. Before the widespread use of tablets, coaches relied on whiteboards, paper playbooks, and verbal communication to convey strategy. The shift to digital tools offered instantaneous access to video, statistics, and play diagrams. Coaches could review recent plays, make adjustments in real time, and provide players with visual context that had previously been impossible to deliver during a game. The speed of decision-making increased, allowing for more complex adjustments between series. Players could internalize information quickly, and coaching staffs could operate with a level of precision that had previously been unattainable. The adoption of digital technology was not merely a matter of convenience. It represented a strategic evolution. Playbooks could now be encrypted, stored securely on tablets, and accessed selectively. Only authorized personnel could view sensitive material, reducing the risk of interception by opponents. The device transformed sideline communication from a purely physical and observational system into a hybrid of visual, verbal, and digital messaging. The tablet became both a tool and a shield, protecting the integrity of the signals while enhancing the capacity for rapid decision-making. Real-time data changed the pace and nature of sideline communication. Coaches could analyze defensive tendencies, offensive alignment, and player performance within seconds. A quarterback could review film of an upcoming opponent during a timeout, while coordinators adjusted their strategies based on immediate feedback. The dynamic nature of football became even more intricate, as information flowed continuously between the tablet, the coaching staff, and the players. Decisions were informed not only by instinct and preparation, but by real-time analysis that added depth and precision to the game. However, the integration of technology also introduced vulnerability. Digital devices are not immune to interception or failure. Concerns about cybersecurity emerged as encrypted playbooks could potentially be hacked or compromised. Teams invested in protective measures, yet the mere presence of a digital network created new avenues for exploitation. Coaches had to balance the efficiency and intelligence provided by technology with the inherent risks of exposure. The stakes of sideline communication expanded from the physical to the digital realm, creating a dual responsibility for those in command. The tablet revolution reshaped not only strategy, but also the role of the coach and player. Coordinators became more reliant on technology to convey complex sequences, while players were expected to assimilate visual information rapidly. Quarterbacks, for instance, were required to study defensive alignments on the tablet and integrate that intelligence with pre-existing signals and auditory commands. The cognitive load increased as digital input became another layer in an already complex system. Mastery of both traditional codes and digital tools became essential to performance. The visual immediacy of the tablet changed the learning process on the field. Coaches could highlight tendencies, freeze critical moments, and annotate plays with precision. Players could see exactly how a formation might unfold, observe the positioning of defenders, and anticipate adjustments. The combination of real-time video and encrypted instruction accelerated comprehension, improving both individual performance and team cohesion. The technology acted as an extension of the coaching staff, delivering knowledge that could be internalized and applied within seconds. Yet the introduction of digital tools also required cultural adaptation. Veterans accustomed to traditional playbooks and verbal instruction had to adjust to the new interface. Learning to integrate tablet-based instruction into rapid decision-making demanded both flexibility and discipline. Teams that adapted successfully gained a competitive advantage, while those that lagged risked confusion, miscommunication, or over-reliance on technology at the expense of instinct. The tablet became both an instrument of empowerment and a test of cognitive adaptation. The digital evolution also changed the nature of sideline espionage. Whereas opponents once relied solely on observation, film study, and deduction, the presence of digital tools introduced new risks. Encrypted playbooks required careful handling to prevent leaks, and even inadvertent exposure could compromise strategy. Teams instituted strict protocols for device usage, including secure networks, limited access, and constant monitoring. The stakes of sideline communication expanded beyond the immediate game, encompassing cybersecurity as a critical component of competitive integrity. Efficiency and vulnerability exist in a delicate balance. Tablets allowed for faster analysis, streamlined communication, and enhanced situational awareness. At the same time, the risk of digital exposure demanded vigilance. A compromised device could reveal play sequences, signals, and strategic adjustments to opponents. The integration of technology required not only mastery of the interface, but also an understanding of operational security, making the sideline as much a domain of intelligence as of athletic execution. The psychological effect on players was equally significant. Quarterbacks, captains, and coordinators became accustomed to absorbing information at unprecedented speed. They were required to synthesize visual data from the tablet, auditory instruction from coaches, and the evolving dynamics of the game. The cognitive demands multiplied, creating a mental landscape that paralleled the physical intensity of the contest. Success required not only skill and preparation, but also the ability to process, prioritize, and act on a constant stream of information. Integration of digital technology also encouraged innovation in coaching strategies. Play calling could be more sophisticated. Audibles could incorporate real-time adjustments based on observed tendencies, and defensive sequences could be optimized instantly. The capacity to review, adapt, and implement strategies mid-game created opportunities for creative problem-solving and precise execution. Coaches and players had to become fluent in a dual language of physical and digital signals, merging instinct with instantaneous data. The evolution of the sideline through tablets reflects the broader trend in professional sports toward data-driven decision-making. Success in football became as dependent on the analysis of real-time information as it was on athletic performance. The code was no longer purely visual or verbal. It had a digital dimension, extending the reach and precision of sideline communication. Teams that mastered this hybrid system gained an advantage in preparation, anticipation, and adaptability. Tablets also reinforced the interdependence of the team. The quarterback, for example, was no longer solely a reader of defenses, but also an interpreter of digital intelligence. Coordinators were responsible for transmitting instructions digitally and ensuring comprehension among players. Every member of the team became a participant in a system where real-time observation, digital input, and human cognition converged. Success required coordination, discipline, and the ability to integrate multiple streams of information seamlessly. The introduction of tablets also illuminated the tension between transparency and concealment. While devices improved clarity and efficiency for players, they introduced a potential vulnerability that opponents could exploit. Teams developed protocols to secure digital communication, encrypt playbooks, and monitor device usage. The balance between operational efficiency and competitive security became a defining challenge of the modern sideline. In essence, the tablet revolution represents a new era in football communication. It is a system that combines observation, instruction, and digital intelligence, creating a network of signals that is both rapid and precise. Players and coaches must navigate this landscape, integrating traditional signals with real-time digital input, while maintaining the secrecy that protects strategic advantage. The evolution demonstrates that professional football is not only a physical contest, but also a cognitive and technological one. The introduction of digital tools also reshaped preparation outside the game. Practice sessions, film study, and team meetings now incorporated tablets as central instruments for instruction and analysis. The speed at which plays could be demonstrated, dissected, and adjusted allowed for a deeper understanding of both offensive and defensive strategy. Players were trained to internalize sequences visually, mentally rehearsing adjustments in a manner that reinforced muscle memory and cognitive readiness. The cultural impact on the sideline was profound. Tablets became a symbol of modernization, signaling the shift toward a more analytical, data-driven game. Coaches adapted their methods, integrating digital instruction into every facet of preparation. Players were expected to develop both athletic and cognitive skills, mastering the technology as part of their professional development. The sideline itself became an arena where technology and human performance were inseparable. Ultimately, the tablet revolution underscores the continuing evolution of sideline communication in professional football. It demonstrates that the game is as much about intelligence, adaptability, and strategic execution as it is about physical prowess. The devices serve not only to inform and instruct, but to protect and secure, adding a new layer of complexity to the invisible language of football. The presence of technology reshapes how players perceive, interpret, and act upon information, creating an environment in which mental acuity and technological fluency are inseparable from performance. The modern sideline is a nexus of communication, where gestures, signals, and digital input converge. The tablet revolution has extended the scope of information, enhanced strategic execution, and introduced both opportunity and risk. Success requires mastery of multiple dimensions, blending instinct, observation, and technological intelligence. Professional football operates at this intersection, where human cognition and digital facilitation meet, shaping the pace, precision, and outcome of the game. Every play, every signal, and every adjustment is influenced by the integration of digital technology. Coaches, coordinators, and players operate within a system that is faster, more precise, and more complex than ever before. The tablet is more than a tool. It is an extension of the sideline code, a conduit for information, and a protector of strategic integrity. It represents the modern evolution of communication in professional football, where efficiency, intelligence, and secrecy coexist in a delicate balance. The revolution is ongoing. As technology continues to advance, the potential for innovation, adaptation, and refinement grows. Teams that can harness the full capacity of digital communication will continue to gain a competitive edge. The tablet has permanently altered the way football is played, coached, and analyzed, marking a new chapter in the invisible war of signals, strategy, and mental acuity that defines the professional game. Professional football has always been a game of observation anticipation, and preparation. Teams study, film, analyze tendencies, and scout opponents meticulously. Yet beyond structured preparation, an often unseen dimension of the sport involves the eyes of the world itself. Rival scouts, media personnel, and even dedicated fans have long sought to capture the hidden communications of the sideline. The act of observing signals, gestures, and audible cues is not new. But in the modern era, it has taken on technological sophistication and ethical complexity that few outside the league truly understand. In the early decades of professional football, scouting relied on simple observation from the stands. Coaches and assistants would attend games with binoculars and notepads, cataloging formations, hand signals, and player tendencies. Each gesture was a data point, a piece of information to be analyzed and potentially exploited. Scouts studied quarterbacks, receivers, and linemen, identifying patterns in cadence, hand movement, and positioning. The goal was to anticipate plays before they unfolded, creating a strategic advantage rooted in careful, disciplined observation. As the sport grew in popularity, so too did the sophistication of surveillance. High-zoom cameras, capable of capturing minute details from hundreds of yards away, became standard tools for both media coverage and scouting. Drone technology has introduced an additional layer, allowing aerial observation of formations, motion, and sideline behavior. Teams now operate in an environment where nearly every movement can be documented, analyzed, and replayed for insight. The traditional notion of the sideline as a private domain has been eroded, replaced by a landscape of constant surveillance. Fans, too, have played a role in the capture of signals. In some cases, dedicated observers with a deep understanding of the game have used social media, live streaming, and high-resolution photography to track patterns in hand signals, audibles, and formations. While this activity may appear benign, it has occasionally provided rivals with actionable intelligence. The boundary between observation and espionage has become increasingly ambiguous, raising questions about fairness, privacy, and competitive integrity. One of the most consequential aspects of modern sideline surveillance is the ability to record and transmit information in real time. High-definition cameras, wireless communication systems, and live stream feeds allow teams to monitor opponents from locations far removed from the stadium. Signals once intended to be private can be captured, shared, and interpreted almost instantaneously. The dynamics of the game now extend beyond the field, encompassing a global network of observation, interpretation, and strategic adjustment. The league itself has recognized the challenge posed by modern surveillance. The NFL has implemented quiet but significant measures to protect the integrity of sideline communication. Teams are required to maintain secure communication networks, restrict access to sensitive materials, and limit the use of recording devices. There are rules prohibiting certain forms of in-game observation, and penalties exist for those found attempting to capture signals unlawfully. These measures reflect a recognition that the invisible layer of the game is vulnerable to exploitation, and that competitive balance depends on the protection of sideline integrity. Despite these precautions, instances of sideline espionage continue to surface. Teams have discovered unauthorized recording devices, suspicious behavior among media personnel, and attempts by rival scouts to monitor hand signals from unconventional vantage points. Each incident underscores the lengths to which organizations will go to gain an edge. The stakes are immense. A single intercepted signal can change the outcome of a game, providing insight into audibles, defensive schemes, or offensive adjustments. The margin between victory and defeat can hinge on the ability to secure communication from prying eyes. The presence of observers and technology has altered player behavior as well. Quarterbacks, linemen, and receivers are trained to execute signals with precision and subtlety, often adjusting gestures to reduce the likelihood of interception. Players learn to disguise intention through variations in movement, timing, and eye contact. The complexity of modern sideline communication is a response not only to on-field opposition, but also to the constant presence of those who watch from the stands or beyond. the game has evolved into a layered contest of strategy, performance, and secrecy. Coaches have also adapted by introducing redundancy and variation into their signals. Multiple cues may indicate the same play, ensuring that even if one gesture is captured or observed, the team's strategy remains protected. Players are trained to interpret context, combining visual, verbal, and situational signals to determine the correct course of action. The integration of technology and human cognition creates a resilient system capable of withstanding the scrutiny of both legitimate observers and unauthorized surveillance. The psychological dimension of sideline espionage is significant. Players and coaches operate under the knowledge that they are constantly observed. This awareness affects decision-making, execution, and confidence. The pressure to maintain secrecy while performing under intense scrutiny adds an invisible layer of stress to the game. Mental preparation has become as critical as physical conditioning, emphasizing focus, adaptability, and the ability to execute flawlessly despite external pressures. Historical examples illustrate the high stakes involved. There have been documented cases in which teams gained a strategic advantage by monitoring opponent signals, whether through observation from the stands, media recordings, or technological assistance. The consequences of exposure are immediate. Teams may adjust formations, anticipate audibles, or respond to defensive tendencies with precision. The value of intelligence gathered from the sideline can rival the impact of a single play executed on the field, demonstrating the intertwining of observation, analysis, and competition. The role of media personnel in sideline observation adds complexity. Journalists and broadcasters, often equipped with high-resolution cameras and live feeds, operate in close proximity to the action. While their primary responsibility is coverage, the potential to capture signals inadvertently or intentionally cannot be ignored. Teams must navigate this environment carefully, balancing the need for transparency and media access with the protection of strategic information. The tension between openness and security is a defining characteristic of the modern sideline. Fans, too, contribute to the landscape of observation. Dedicated supporters with knowledge of the game can interpret patterns, gestures, and tendencies, sharing insights via social media platforms. While most fan engagement is benign, it introduces a distributed layer of observation that can be exploited by others. Teams have become aware that the audience itself can function as an extended scouting network, capable of documenting and disseminating information in real time. The challenge is both technological and cultural, requiring teams to maintain vigilance across multiple fronts. The ethical considerations of sideline espionage are profound. Observation has always been a component of competitive sports, but modern technology amplifies both the potential for advantage and the risk of violation. Teams must distinguish between legitimate scouting, media coverage, and unethical observation that compromises fairness. The league has responded with policies, enforcement measures, and education, emphasizing the importance of integrity in a game increasingly defined by intelligence as well as athleticism. Despite these challenges, the invisible war of the sideline continues to evolve. Teams innovate constantly, developing methods to obscure signals, counter surveillance, and maintain operational security. The integration of technology, psychology, and strategy creates a dynamic environment where observation, anticipation, and deception converge. Success depends on the ability to navigate this landscape to protect sensitive information while extracting intelligence from opponents. The sideline is no longer merely a staging area for strategy. It is a contested space where information, secrecy, and execution intersect. Coaches, coordinators, and players have become adept at operating in this environment. They employ subtle gestures, layered signals, and situational awareness to ensure that communication remains both effective and secure. Redundancy and contingency plans allow teams to continue functioning even under observation, while disciplined execution reduces the risk of exposure. The sophistication of modern sideline systems reflects the increasing stakes of professional football. where intelligence gathering and operational security are as important as physical performance. The spy in the stands is a reminder that professional football operates in a world of constant scrutiny. Signals can be observed, gestures can be decoded, and technology can amplify the reach of observers. Teams must remain vigilant, adapting both behavior and systems to maintain competitive advantage. The invisible war of the sideline is ongoing, a continuous interplay of observation, deception, and adaptation that defines the modern game. In conclusion, the presence of observers, scouts, media personnel, and fans has transformed the landscape of professional football. Sideline communication is no longer a private domain. It exists within a complex ecosystem of surveillance, technology, and human observation. Teams navigate this environment with discipline, innovation, and strategy, protecting information while exploiting opportunities to anticipate and counter opponents. The stakes are high, and the consequences of exposure are immediate. The spy in the stands is not a figure of fiction, but a reality that shapes the conduct, preparation, and execution of professional football at the highest level. Professional football is a game built on precision, timing, and coordination. Yet beneath the surface, it is equally defined by trust. The invisible language of the sideline depends on the assumption that every player, every coordinator, and every coach will execute their role faithfully. Signals are shared with the understanding that they are sacred, that each gesture, hand sign, or audible is part of a collective intelligence. When that trust is broken, the consequences extend far beyond a single play. Betrayal reverberates through locker rooms, seasons, and careers, leaving scars that are often invisible to the spectators. Players leaking signals or revealing strategic intentions is one of the most damaging forms of betrayal in football. The act may be intentional or born of carelessness, yet the effect is the same. Offensive plays, defensive adjustments, and audibles that were meant to remain confidential become exposed, compromising the competitive advantage of the team. A single unauthorized disclosure can provide opponents with the insight to anticipate movements, nullify strategies, and exploit weaknesses that had been carefully concealed. In a game where every yard counts and every second is precious, the breach of trust is catastrophic. Throughout the history of the NFL, there have been stories that illustrate the fragility of trust on the sidelines. Veteran players recount incidents in which teammates shared information with rivals, whether through casual conversation, social media, or under the influence of competing loyalties. These breaches often start small, a remark taken out of context or a gesture misinterpreted. Yet, they can escalate quickly into full-scale mistrust. Teams have been forced to address the emotional fallout, rebuild cohesion, and manage the psychological strain imposed by suspicion. The emotional cost of betrayal is profound, often invisible yet deeply felt by those who must navigate a compromised environment. Trust on the sideline is cultivated over years of shared experience. Players learn to anticipate not only the movements of their teammates, but also the intentions behind gestures and signals. Quarterbacks rely on linemen to execute blocks in precise alignment. Receivers depend on accurate route running, and defensive players coordinate adjustments based on the fluidity of the offense. Each action is interdependent, and the breakdown of trust can disrupt the entire network. A single misstep, whether deliberate or inadvertent, can cascade through a series of plays, undermining confidence and performance. Betrayal also takes on a more nuanced dimension when it occurs off the field. Players may be tempted to share insights with media outlets, friends, or family, believing that casual disclosure carries no consequence. Yet even seemingly innocuous revelations can be analyzed and exploited by competitors. The network of information surrounding a team is dense and interconnected, and leaks, intentional or accidental, can travel far beyond their origin. The consequences are both tactical and psychological, forcing teams to operate in an atmosphere of heightened caution and vigilance. Hidden feuds contribute to the erosion of trust on the sideline. Personal rivalries, disagreements with coaches, or resentment over playing time can manifest as deliberate obstruction or subtle sabotage. A player might intentionally misread a signal, fail to execute a play fully, or withhold information that could benefit teammates. The competitive culture of professional football can exacerbate these tensions, creating an environment in which loyalty is constantly tested. Managing these dynamics requires not only leadership, but also an acute awareness of human behavior under pressure. The fallout from broken loyalty can extend beyond individual games or seasons. Careers can be damaged, reputations tarnished, and relationships irreparably strained. Coaches must navigate the delicate task of rebuilding trust, often relying on strict protocols, accountability measures, and transparent communication. Locker rooms become arenas of negotiation where performance, loyalty, and adherence to team culture are constantly evaluated. The psychological toll of suspicion is pervasive, affecting focus, cohesion, and the ability to execute complex sequences on the field. Players internalize the weight of trust in profound ways. Quarterbacks, for example, must place absolute confidence in the linemen responsible for protecting them. Receivers rely on precise timing and positioning, and defensive players count on coordinated coverage. Every signal, gesture, and instruction assumes fidelity, and the erosion of that trust introduces hesitation, doubt, and uncertainty. The mental burden of potential betrayal can be as taxing as physical exertion, influencing decision-making under high-stakes conditions. Teams that fail to address these vulnerabilities risk both performance decline and internal fracture. Trust and betrayal also intersect with broader organizational culture. Teams that cultivate a strong culture of accountability, mutual respect, and shared responsibility tend to weather the pressures of professional football more effectively. Players understand that loyalty is integral to success, and breaches of trust are met with swift and clear consequences. Conversely, teams lacking cohesion or clear leadership are more vulnerable to internal disruption. Betrayal becomes a symptom of systemic instability, magnifying the impact of individual actions and eroding collective performance. Historical cases illustrate the impact of trust violations on professional football. There have been documented incidents in which players shared play tendencies with rivals, leading to dramatic shifts in game outcomes. Coaches recount moments in which leaks forced abrupt strategic changes, leaving teams scrambling to adjust mid-game. The emotional consequences often linger longer than the tactical ones. Locker rooms absorb the tension, relationships are strained, and the invisible cost of betrayal becomes woven into the narrative of a season. The ripple effect of compromised trust cannot be overstated. The psychological dimension of betrayal is complex. Suspicion can breed hypervigilance, leading players to second-guess signals, question intentions, and hesitate in execution. Teams operate in a delicate balance, seeking to maintain openness and collaboration while mitigating the risk of leaks. Players must reconcile their competitive instincts with interpersonal dynamics, understanding that loyalty is both a strategic necessity and a moral expectation. The dual pressures of performance and trust create an environment in which the mental game is as rigorous as the physical contest. Trust is further complicated by the modern media landscape. Social media, reporting, and public scrutiny add layers of transparency that did not exist in earlier eras. Player statements, casual remarks, and observed behaviors can be amplified, interpreted, or weaponized by opponents. Teams must manage both the internal dynamics of loyalty and the external exposure of information, creating a constant tension between communication and secrecy. Maintaining trust in such an environment demands discipline, discretion, and a shared understanding of the stakes involved. The consequences of betrayal extend to leadership structures as well. Coaches must make difficult decisions when trust is violated. Balancing the need for accountability with the desire to maintain team cohesion. Leadership is tested in moments of internal fracture, and the ability to navigate loyalty challenges defines both the culture and performance of a team. Decision-making in this context requires emotional intelligence, strategic foresight, and a clear grasp of the moral and practical imperatives at play. Quarterbacks, often the focal point of sideline communication, feel the impact of betrayal acutely. Their role demands that they interpret signals accurately, coordinate with teammates, and execute under intense pressure. When trust is compromised, hesitation or doubt can disrupt the flow of the game. A misread hand signal or a moment of uncertainty can cascade through a series of plays, reducing efficiency, increasing the likelihood of errors, and creating openings for opponents. The mental discipline required to overcome these challenges is as significant as the physical conditioning demanded by the sport. Teams have developed strategies to mitigate the risk of betrayal. Clear communication protocols, redundancy in signals, and structured leadership roles help reduce the likelihood that a single breach can disrupt performance. Mentorship and education reinforce the importance of loyalty, emphasizing the interconnectedness of execution and trust. The systems are not foolproof, yet they provide a framework within which teams can operate effectively. Preserving the integrity of sideline communication even under conditions of stress or internal tension. The emotional toll of constant suspicion can be profound. Players live in an environment where every gesture, glance, or action is subject to interpretation. The need to remain vigilant against internal and external threats creates mental strain, affecting focus, confidence, and overall well-being. The pressure to perform while maintaining secrecy and loyalty adds a psychological dimension to the physical demands of professional football. Success requires not only skill and preparation, but also resilience and emotional intelligence. In essence, trust is the invisible foundation of sideline communication. Signals, gestures, and coded sequences function because they are shared within a network of confidence. Betrayal threatens that network, compromising strategy, performance, and cohesion. The culture of loyalty is reinforced through leadership, accountability, and shared responsibility. Yet, it remains fragile, vulnerable to human error, ambition, or malice. Professional football operates in a delicate equilibrium, where the unseen bonds of trust are as critical as any play executed on the field. Trust and betrayal illuminate the human dimension of professional football. Beyond strategy, speed, and strength lies a complex web of relationships, expectations, and obligations. Players and coaches navigate not only the tactical landscape, but also the interpersonal one. Understanding that loyalty, discretion, and integrity are essential components of success. The emotional consequences of broken trust resonate long after the game concludes, shaping careers, team culture, and the legacy of individuals within the sport. Ultimately, the lessons of trust and betrayal extend beyond any single game. They underscore the interdependence of all participants on the sideline, highlight the cognitive and emotional complexity of professional football, and reveal the fragility of the systems that sustain competitive advantage. Every gesture, signal, and sequence carries not only strategic significance, but also an implicit expectation of fidelity. The cost of violating that expectation is immediate, tangible, and enduring, shaping both the outcomes of games and the culture of the teams involved. Professional football is a game of intelligence as much as it is of speed and strength. Every quarterback read, every defensive adjustment, and every audible carries layers of strategy that can determine the outcome of a game. Central to this strategic complexity is the act of decoding signals. On the surface, it may appear straightforward. Teams observe, analyze, and anticipate the actions of their opponents. Yet beneath that surface lies a profound ethical question. Is decoding signals an essential aspect of preparation, a legitimate extension of competitive strategy, or does it cross a moral line into cheating? The question has haunted coaches, players, and fans alike, because in professional sports, the boundary between ingenuity and impropriety is often indistinct and highly contested. The debate over the ethics of signal decoding dates back decades. Coaches have long observed opponents for tendencies, behaviors, and patterns. The practice is ingrained in football culture. Teams spend hours reviewing film, studying hand movements, and analyzing formations. In this sense, decoding signals can be seen as an extension of legitimate preparation, a disciplined study that rewards attention to detail analytical skill, and anticipation. Yet when observation moves into interception, recording, or intentional disruption of communication, the act enters morally gray territory. The distinction between preparation and espionage becomes critical, and the ethical implications weigh heavily on all participants. The modern NFL has wrestled with this divide repeatedly. High-profile incidents, such as the 2007 Patriots Spygate scandal, forced the league, teams, and fans to confront the boundary between legal and illegal observation. New England's method of videotaping defensive signals crossed into prohibited conduct, resulting in fines, penalties, and a lasting stain on the franchise's reputation. Yet the act also revealed the significance of decoding signals in shaping game outcomes. Teams could gain advantage not only through athletic execution, but through superior intelligence gathering. The incident crystallized the tension between strategy and fairness, highlighting how small advantages can produce substantial consequences. The distinction between legal and moral boundaries is not always clear-cut. Teams routinely analyze film, scout tendencies, and anticipate signals, all within the rules of the league. At the same time, subtle acts, such as observing gestures from the stands, deciphering audibles through lip reading, or exploiting accidental exposure, occupy an ambiguous ethical space. Coaches and players must navigate these complexities in real time, balancing the imperative to compete at the highest level with the responsibility to respect the integrity of the game. The lines are often drawn after the fact, subject to interpretation and the judgment of league authorities. Historical parallels provide context for the ethical debate. Baseball, for instance, has long wrestled with sign-stealing scandals. The 2017 Houston Astros scandal illuminated the moral complexity of decoding signals. Players used technology to intercept opponents' intentions, gaining a measurable advantage. Baseball observers debated whether the acts constituted preparation or cheating, and opinions diverged sharply. Football operates under similar dynamics. Signals are intended to convey strategic information between teammates, yet they are observable by opponents under certain circumstances. Determining when observation becomes unethical remains a persistent challenge. Ethics in football are further complicated by the invisible nature of sideline communication. Hand signals, gestures, and audibles operate in a realm that is both private and public. A quarterback may alter signals, knowing they could be observed, while a defensive coordinator may attempt to anticipate these movements. The interplay between concealment and observation creates a landscape in which intent, transparency, and method are central to ethical evaluation. Decoding signals can be a demonstration of skill, discipline, and preparation. Yet it can also verge into deception or misconduct depending on the context and tools used. Players themselves are deeply aware of the ethical stakes. A defensive player who successfully interprets a quarterback's hand movements or cadence does so through observation, pattern recognition, and anticipation. These acts are rewarded as tactical skill. Conversely, when players exploit technological devices or engage in practices explicitly prohibited by league rules, they cross the line into impropriety. The contrast illustrates that the ethical dimension is defined not solely by outcome, but by method and intent. The same action can be celebrated in one context and condemned in another, emphasizing the nuanced nature of morality in professional football. The psychological dimension of ethical decision-making is equally significant. Coaches and players constantly evaluate the potential consequences of their actions, balancing risk, reward, and perception. Engaging in questionable practices may offer a competitive edge, but it carries reputational, legal, and moral risks. Teams invest heavily in educating players about acceptable conduct, ensuring that decision-making aligns with league regulations and organizational values. Yet the high-pressure environment of the NFL, where careers and championships are at stake, creates powerful incentives to test boundaries. The ethical calculus is continuous, complex, and situational. Trust is also intertwined with ethical judgment. Teams operate under the assumption that every player will adhere to established norms, safeguard sensitive information, and respect the integrity of signals. When ethical boundaries are violated, the trust that underpins sideline communication is compromised. Teams must then respond not only with punishment, but with measures to restore cohesion, reinforce standards, and maintain competitive effectiveness. The ripple effects of ethical violations extend far beyond individual games, influencing organizational culture and team identity. League governance has sought to provide clarity and structure. NFL rules prohibit the use of electronic devices to record signals, define acceptable observation practices, and prescribe penalties for violations. Enforcement mechanisms, fines, and suspensions serve as deterrents, establishing a framework within which teams operate. Yet even with clear rules, ethical judgment remains essential. Teams and individuals must interpret situations, make real-time decisions, and act in ways that balance competitive advantage with moral responsibility. The codified rules offer guidance, but they cannot fully resolve the dilemmas inherent in human behavior. Coaches have historically approached the ethical divide with varying philosophies. Some emphasize absolute integrity, viewing any form of signal interception beyond observation as unacceptable. Others adopt a more pragmatic perspective, focusing on gaining every permissible advantage within the letter of the rules. These philosophical differences shape team culture, player behavior, and strategic decision-making. Ethical frameworks in football are thus not universal. They reflect the values and priorities of each organization, influencing both performance and reputation. The evolution of technology has intensified ethical considerations. Digital tools, encrypted communication, and instant replay create opportunities to observe and exploit signals with unprecedented precision. Teams must manage both the promise and the risk of technology, ensuring that efficiency does not compromise morality. Ethical dilemmas now encompass not only human judgment, but the responsible integration of technological resources. Decisions made in these contexts carry consequences that extend to public perception, league enforcement, and the historical record. Public scrutiny also influences the ethical landscape. Fans, media, and commentators evaluate actions not solely based on legality, but on fairness. The perception of integrity is central to the legitimacy of professional football. Violations of ethical norms, whether through intentional espionage, technological exploitation, or casual leaks, invite criticism, erode trust, and affect the reputation of individuals and organizations alike. The ethical dimension of decoding signals is thus intertwined with public accountability and cultural standards within the sport. The ethical divide also affects relationships within teams. Coaches, coordinators, and players must navigate the tension between competitive ambition and adherence to moral standards. Decisions about what constitutes acceptable preparation or impermissible conduct influence trust, cohesion, and leadership. When ethical boundaries are tested, teams face not only tactical challenges, but cultural ones, managing both performance and morale under pressure. The human element remains central, highlighting the inseparability of strategy, behavior, and judgment. Ultimately, the ethical divide reflects the complexity of modern professional football. Decoding signals is both a technical skill and a moral choice. It requires understanding patterns, anticipating actions, and exercising judgment. The same act can be celebrated as preparation in one context and condemned as impropriety in another. Success in the NFL requires navigating these gray areas, balancing ambition, integrity, and strategy in ways that shape both outcomes and reputation. Historical perspective reinforces the persistence of this dilemma. From early hand signals to modern encrypted communication, the question of ethics has evolved alongside the game. Teams have continually tested boundaries, exploring what is permissible while striving to maintain fairness. The debate is ongoing, reflecting the tension between competitive drive and moral responsibility that defines professional football at every level. Each season introduces new technologies, new strategies, and new ethical challenges. underscoring the dynamic nature of the divide. Players internalize these lessons through mentorship, experience, and observation. Veterans guide rookies in understanding acceptable practice, the risks of crossing boundaries, and the consequences of ethical missteps. The culture of preparation, observation, and competition is transmitted alongside moral guidance, reinforcing the idea that skill and judgment are inseparable. Mastery of signals is not complete without comprehension of the ethical framework that governs their use, emphasizing the human dimension of strategy. In conclusion, the ethical divide surrounding decoding signals is a defining feature of professional football. It encompasses legal, moral, and cultural dimensions, shaping decision-making, team cohesion, and performance. Observation, analysis, and anticipation are fundamental to the game. Yet when those actions exceed the boundaries of fair competition, they become ethically fraught. Teams, coaches, and players must navigate this landscape with care, balancing ambition with integrity, strategy with morality, and competitive advantage with the preservation of trust. The invisible language of the sideline operates within this tension, illustrating the complexity, nuance, and human dimension that underpins professional football. In professional football, the margin between triumph and disaster is measured in inches, split seconds, and the accuracy of communication. Every word, every gesture, and every tone carries immense weight. Teams invest years of preparation, painstakingly designing audibles, signals, and gestures intended to convey precise intentions under pressure. Yet, even in the most disciplined organizations, human error remains a constant threat. Misread signals, overlooked cues, or misinterpreted gestures can create moments of tragedy or infamy, moments that define seasons and careers alike. The cost of a single error on the sideline can reverberate across history, leaving consequences that extend far beyond the field. Consider the case of the 2012 AFC Championship between the Baltimore Ravens and the New England Patriots. The game was a clash of titans, featuring meticulous preparation, strategic ingenuity, and psychological intensity. On a critical drive, a miscommunication within the Ravens' offense contributed to a misread signal that disrupted timing, created confusion, and opened opportunities for the Patriots' defense. Every player on the field was operating under a complex web of verbal cues, hand signals, and subtle gestures. A single misinterpretation caused a ripple effect, leading to a turnover that would become a pivotal moment in the championship. The incident illustrated that no amount of preparation can fully eliminate the human variable in communication. Misreads can occur for myriad reasons. A quarterback may mishear an audible under the roar of the crowd. A receiver may misinterpret a hand gesture, or a lineman may act on incomplete information. The cognitive demands of professional football are immense. Players are required to process visual, auditory, and situational information in real time, integrating it with their muscle memory and tactical knowledge. Under such conditions, errors are inevitable. Yet the stakes are never small. A single lapse in understanding can disrupt the coordination of a play, affect scoring opportunities, and shift the momentum of a game. The psychological impact of miscommunication is equally profound. Players who misread a signal often experience immediate frustration, self-doubt, and heightened stress. The ripple effects extend to teammates who must adjust instantaneously to compensate for the breakdown. Coaches are forced to make rapid decisions, balancing the need to maintain rhythm with the need to prevent repeated errors. In high-stakes games, these moments of miscommunication can dominate the narrative, becoming defining memories for players, coaches, and fans. The mental dimension of error is as consequential as the physical. Beyond individual games, the consequences of misread signals can affect careers. Quarterbacks who misinterpret defensive shifts, receivers who fail to adjust routes, and linemen who misjudge protection schemes may face scrutiny from management, fans, and media. A single moment of miscommunication can tarnish reputations, influence contract negotiations, and alter the trajectory of professional lives. The relentless focus on precision in professional football amplifies the cost of mistakes. creating an environment where the margin for error is vanishingly small. The mechanics of misread signals are often subtle. A hand lifted too early, a gesture slightly delayed, or a verbal command slightly distorted can cause confusion. Players are trained to interpret context, read body language, and anticipate intent. Yet even with rigorous preparation, the complexity of in-game dynamics can overwhelm cognitive capacity. Fatigue, pressure, environmental conditions, and crowd noise compound the difficulty of accurate interpretation. The result is a high-stakes environment where error is not merely possible, but inevitable. Historical examples illustrate the dramatic consequences of miscommunication. In addition to the 2012 Ravens vs. Patriots game, numerous other matches have been defined by a single misread signal. Offensive linemen may slip on a blitz call, receivers may run the wrong route in a high-pressure red zone scenario, and quarterbacks may throw to a misaligned target. These incidents underscore that professional football is as much a test of mental acuity and real-time decision-making as it is a test of physical skill. Mistakes that might seem minor to an outside observer can produce catastrophic results on the scoreboard. The preparation to avoid misread signals is exhaustive. Teams spend countless hours rehearsing audibles, hand gestures, and verbal cues in simulated game environments. Quarterbacks practice cadence, timing, and inflection to convey intent clearly. Receivers and linemen engage in repetition to internalize sequences and anticipate variations. Yet even the most rigorous preparation cannot fully neutralize the human element. Pressure, fatigue, and the unpredictable flow of a live game can compromise execution, revealing the fragile nature of trust and coordination on the field. The emotional stakes of miscommunication extend beyond immediate consequences. Players, coaches, and fans internalize these moments as lessons, regrets, or reminders of the fragility of control. Teams revisit film to analyze errors, dissecting every movement and decision. These reviews inform future strategy, highlighting the importance of clarity, redundancy, and anticipation in communication. Misread signals thus become both a source of historical drama and a driver of evolution in coaching methodology. The emotional resonance of error ensures that it remains a critical component of the narrative of professional football. Miscommunication is often amplified in high-pressure situations. Championship games, playoff moments, and pivotal drives demand near-perfect execution. The cognitive load on players intensifies, and the room for error diminishes. Audibles must be interpreted in milliseconds. Gestures must be read instantly, and players must synchronize instinct, knowledge, and physical execution. Under these conditions, even minor misread signals can have outsized consequences. The intensity of the moment magnifies error, producing incidents that are remembered for decades. Human error is compounded by the complexity of modern communication systems. Signals now integrate verbal commands, hand gestures, wristband codes, and digital devices. Quarterbacks may rely on in-helmet communication with coordinators, while receivers decode visual cues from multiple sources. The volume and intricacy of information increases the probability of misinterpretation. Teams respond by building redundancy into signals, creating multiple layers of information to reduce the risk of error. Yet the system's sophistication cannot eliminate the inherent unpredictability of human cognition under pressure. The role of leadership in managing miscommunication is crucial. Coaches must maintain clarity, reinforce understanding, and build a culture in which errors are addressed constructively. Quarterbacks often assume responsibility for relaying adjustments, correcting misreads, and maintaining composure. Teams that manage these challenges effectively demonstrate resilience, adaptability, and collective discipline. The ability to recover from misread signals can differentiate elite organizations from those prone to collapse under pressure. Fan perception of miscommunication is also significant. Spectators witness the immediate consequences of errors, often without insight into the complexity behind them. A single misread signal may appear as a simple mistake. Yet the underlying factors involve layers of training, anticipation, and cognitive processing. Analysts, journalists, and commentators dissect these moments, elevating them into defining narratives of heroism, failure, or misfortune. The human dimension of error is thus amplified by storytelling, shaping the cultural memory of games and seasons. The broader lesson of misread signals is the recognition of human limitation within a high-stakes environment. Professional football demands precision, coordination, and instantaneous decision-making. Yet players remain subject to fatigue, cognitive overload, and stress. The systems designed to facilitate communication are sophisticated, yet they rely on human interpretation. The fragility of this human element ensures that miscommunication will remain a defining factor in both victories and defeats. Training and preparation are evolving to mitigate error. Teams increasingly use simulation, repetition, and scenario-based drills to recreate the pressures of real games. Quarterbacks practice improvisation under duress, receivers rehearse adjustments to unexpected defensive shifts, and linemen develop anticipatory instincts. These strategies aim to reduce the probability of misread signals, yet the unpredictable nature of live competition guarantees that errors will continue to occur. The emphasis on preparation underscores the centrality of human judgment within the structured systems of modern football. Ultimately, human error and misread signals are inseparable from the narrative of professional football. They reveal the fragility of trust, the complexity of communication, and the psychological demands placed on players and coaches. Every game is shaped not only by physical skill, but by cognitive precision, situational awareness, and emotional resilience. Misread signals create moments of tragedy, drama, and historical significance, demonstrating that professional football is a contest of mind as much as body. The 2012 Ravens vs. Patriots game exemplifies how human error can shift the trajectory of championships. A single gesture or misinterpreted audible cascaded into a critical turnover, altering momentum and influencing the outcome. The players involved internalized the experience as both a lesson and a scar, highlighting the emotional and professional weight of miscommunication. Coaches adapted future strategies, emphasizing clarity, redundancy, and situational awareness to prevent recurrence. The incident became a cautionary tale, reinforcing the notion that even the most disciplined systems are vulnerable to human limitation. In conclusion, the cost of misread signals in professional football is immense. From game-defining plays to career-altering consequences, human error influences outcomes, perception, and history. The complexity of modern sideline communication amplifies the stakes, requiring players and coaches to operate with near-perfect execution under extreme pressure. Yet the inherent unpredictability of human cognition ensures that mistakes will remain part of the game. Misread signals serve as a reminder of the fragility of trust, the demands of precision, and the profound interplay of mind and body in professional football. Every gesture, every word, and every tone carries weight, and the consequences of error endure far beyond the final whistle. Professional football is often described as a physical contest, a brutal collision of strength, speed, and endurance. Yet beneath the surface, the game is a psychological battlefield, where perception, misdirection, and cognitive manipulation carry as much weight as raw athleticism. The sideline is the theater of this hidden war. Coaches, coordinators, and players engage in subtle acts of deception, using posture, gesture, timing, and expression to manipulate opponents, instill doubt, and gain advantage. The mind becomes both weapon and target, and victory is frequently determined as much by mental acuity as by physical execution. Sideline psychology operates through layered complexity. A coach may tilt his head, adjust his stance, or raise a hand at a carefully chosen moment. The intention is never arbitrary. Each movement is calculated to convey confidence or feign weakness, to suggest a play that is planned but will never occur, or to mask the true intentions of the offense. Players interpret these cues, responding in fractions of a second to subtle signals. The psychological war of the sideline is continuous, with no pause between action and reaction. Every glance, every motion, and every inflection becomes part of a larger strategy of perception management. Quarterbacks are particularly attuned to this battle. Their role as the interpreters of the offensive system demands constant vigilance. They monitor defensive shifts, anticipate blitzes, and analyze subtle indicators from both coaches and opponents. In parallel, they must manage their own body language to prevent opponents from exploiting inadvertent cues. The cognitive load is immense, combining memory, instinct, and psychological awareness. Misreading a coach's signal or misinterpreting a defensive gesture can create catastrophic consequences. The mental dimension of the quarterback's role underscores the critical importance of psychological mastery on the sideline. Deception on the sideline is not limited to visual cues. Verbal misdirection plays a key role in conditioning both players and opponents. Coaches may issue commands intended to redirect attention, obscure true intentions, or test reactions. The timing of speech, the volume of a shout, and the cadence of instruction are all manipulated to create uncertainty. Teams train to interpret these signals accurately while simultaneously deploying their own acts of misdirection. The interplay of verbal and nonverbal communication transforms the sideline into a high-stakes theater where perception is weaponized. Psychological conditioning extends beyond the immediate moment. Coaches cultivate habits, routines, and expectations that influence behavior under pressure. Players learn to respond reflexively to certain cues, developing anticipatory skills that allow for rapid decision-making. Simultaneously, they are conditioned to withstand uncertainty, maintain focus amidst chaos, and resist manipulation by opponents. The training is rigorous, designed to strengthen both cognition and emotional resilience. In this sense, the psychological war is a continuous process of preparation, adaptation, and endurance. The NFL exemplifies the strategic application of psychological warfare. Coaches study opponents with the precision of military tacticians. They analyze tendencies, exploit behavioral patterns, and engineer situations that test the mental fortitude of rival teams. Body language, expression, and gesture become instruments of manipulation, influencing decisions and shaping outcomes. The sideline transforms into a battlefield of information, where the effective deployment of perception and deception can tilt momentum and determine victory. Trust is central to the psychological dimension of the game. Players must rely on coaches, coordinators, and teammates to provide accurate signals and maintain clarity amid the fog of competition. Miscommunication, intentional or accidental, introduces uncertainty and anxiety. Teams develop systems of redundancy, cross-verification, and mental rehearsal to mitigate the risk of error and maintain cohesion. The relationship between trust and deception is delicate. Effective psychological strategy requires both manipulation of opponents and preservation of internal reliability. Case studies illustrate the profound impact of sideline psychology. In critical playoff games, teams have leveraged body language to suggest formations, feign audibles, or signal false adjustments. Defensive coordinators anticipate offensive deception, using subtle clues to anticipate plays. Quarterbacks manipulate posture and expression to mask intentions, while receivers adjust their routes based on both audible instructions and observed defensive reactions. The dynamic interplay between perception and execution creates a high-stakes cognitive contest that parallels the physicality of the game. Psychological tactics are honed through experience. Coaches observe, test, and refine methods across seasons, analyzing responses and calibrating strategy. Players internalize these lessons, learning to anticipate deception, interpret nuanced cues, and respond under extreme pressure. The psychological training of a professional football team extends beyond physical drills, encompassing situational awareness, pattern recognition, and adaptive reasoning. The mental game is continuous, unfolding in real time and influencing every aspect of competition. The cost of failure in the psychological war is high. Misreading cues, reacting prematurely, or succumbing to doubt can produce costly errors. A defensive back who misinterprets a quarterback's feint may leave a receiver wide open. A quarterback who misreads a defensive bluff may throw into coverage. The margin for error is minimal, and the consequences are amplified by the high-pressure environment of professional football. Psychological mastery is therefore not optional. It is a prerequisite for success. Ethics also intersect with psychological strategy. Teams employ deception to gain advantage, yet they operate within defined boundaries. Bluffing through body language, issuing feints, and using routine misdirection are universally accepted aspects of competitive play. Crossing into prohibited behavior, such as illegal signals, communication, interference, or deliberate misrepresentation using technology, is punished by league rules. Coaches and players navigate this fine line, employing sophisticated psychological tactics while adhering to ethical and regulatory standards. The intensity of the psychological war is magnified in championship contexts. Postseason games, where stakes are amplified and pressure is extreme, provide a laboratory for strategic manipulation. Coaches exploit small tendencies, players anticipate subtle gestures, and every reaction is scrutinized. These contests reveal that mental acuity, anticipation, and resilience are as decisive as athleticism. The successful integration of psychological strategy with physical execution can create decisive advantages that determine outcomes at the highest level. Modern technology further influences the psychological dimension. In-helmet communication, wristband codes, and digital signaling provide new opportunities for deception and manipulation. Coordinators can relay information rapidly, mislead opponents through timing, and obscure intentions behind layers of encoded signals. Players must adapt, interpreting both digital and human cues simultaneously, maintaining situational awareness in an increasingly complex environment. The psychological war evolves with technological innovation, expanding the battlefield to include both perception and real-time analysis. Historical examples demonstrate the enduring significance of sideline psychology. Legendary coaches such as Bill Belichick and Bill Parcells utilized meticulous attention to detail, body language, and situational deception to influence outcomes. Quarterbacks like Tom Brady mastered the ability to disguise intentions, manipulate defensive reads, and exploit cognitive biases. These individuals understood that football is a contest of minds as well as bodies, and their success relied on mastering both dimensions. The sideline becomes a crucible where intellect, instinct, and psychological strategy converge. Psychological warfare is also evident in the relationship between experience and anticipation. Veteran players develop the ability to recognize patterns, predict behavior, and counter deception instinctively. Rookies, in contrast, are more susceptible to manipulation, requiring additional support, mentoring, and repetition to achieve cognitive resilience. The developmental trajectory of a player is influenced by exposure to deception, practice in interpretation, and experience in high-pressure environments. This continuous growth underscores the centrality of the psychological game in professional development. The intensity of the psychological war is further amplified by the constant observation inherent in professional football. Players are watched, analyzed, and scrutinized at every moment. Opponents interpret gestures, coaches monitor responses, and the media magnifies every reaction. The pressure to maintain composure, interpret accurately, and execute under observation adds a layer of psychological complexity that elevates the stakes of each play. Mental resilience becomes as critical as physical endurance. In conclusion, the psychological war of the sideline is a defining element of professional football. Coaches and players engage in continuous acts of deception, anticipation, and perception management. Victory is influenced as much by mastery of mental strategy as by athletic skill. Trust, ethics, and cognition are central to success. As teams navigate the fine line between manipulation and reliability, the sideline operates as a battlefield of information, where every gesture, expression, and verbal cue carries significance. Understanding this hidden war illuminates the depth, complexity, and human dimension that underpins professional football at its highest level. Professional football has always been a contest of preparation, strategy, and execution. But in the modern era, the battle has extended into a new frontier where technology, data, and artificial intelligence intersect with human skill and intuition. Teams no longer rely solely on traditional film study, playbooks, or instinctive reads. Instead, they harness algorithms, machine learning, and predictive modeling to decode play calls, anticipate opponent tendencies, and gain a strategic edge. This digital revolution has transformed the sideline into a laboratory of information, where coaches, analysts, and players operate at the intersection of human cognition and computational power. The emergence of artificial intelligence in the NFL represents a radical shift in how games are studied and prepared for. Machine learning algorithms can analyze thousands of plays, identify patterns in formations, and predict the likelihood of certain outcomes based on situational variables. These systems process data far beyond what any human eye could detect, parsing the subtle correlations between personnel, field position, down and distance, and historical performance. Coaches can use these insights to optimize decision-making, refine signals, and anticipate opponent behavior with a level of precision previously unimaginable. AI-driven analytics also impact sideline communication. Signals, audibles, and gestures can be informed by predictive models that anticipate opponent responses in real time. For example, a quarterback may receive data suggesting that a certain defensive alignment predicts a blitz based on prior tendencies. Coordinators can then adjust hand signals, verbal cues, or audible calls to exploit this insight. The integration of AI with human decision-making creates a complex dynamic in which intuition and computation operate in parallel, enhancing performance while introducing new layers of complexity to communication. The digital arms race within the NFL extends beyond individual teams. Organizations are fiercely protective of their data, understanding that predictive models, analytic frameworks, and proprietary algorithms represent a strategic asset. Teams invest heavily in cybersecurity, encryption, and secure transmission of playbooks to prevent leaks and maintain competitive advantage. The stakes are enormous. In a league defined by narrow margins, access to the right data at the right moment can determine victory or defeat, playoff success or elimination. One of the most profound challenges is integrating AI insights with human cognition. Coaches, players, and coordinators must interpret algorithmic recommendations, translate them into actionable decisions, and execute them under pressure. This requires a sophisticated understanding of both technology and football intelligence. Algorithms provide probabilities and suggested adjustments, but human judgment remains essential. The interplay between machine prediction and human intuition creates a new dimension of strategy, where the best teams leverage both with precision and discernment. Artificial intelligence has also expanded the scope of scouting and preparation. Systems can evaluate opponents' tendencies over multiple seasons, identifying subtle habits, preferred formations, and exploitable weaknesses. This level of analysis informs coaching decisions, player deployment, and even sideline signaling. Teams can now anticipate not only what an opponent might do, but also how they are likely to interpret signals, creating a layered battlefield of expectation, counter-expectation, and deception. The sideline becomes a nexus where strategy, psychology, and data converge. The integration of AI introduces ethical considerations and regulatory challenges. Teams must navigate the line between legitimate use of technology and potential violations of league rules. Predictive systems are designed to supplement human preparation. Yet the temptation to rely excessively on machine-generated insights raises questions about fairness, competitive balance, and the nature of the game. Coaches and analysts must carefully calibrate the application of AI, ensuring that it enhances human performance without undermining the essence of professional competition. Human players remain at the center of this digital evolution. Quarterbacks, receivers, and defensive players must interpret signals in real time while processing both traditional cues and algorithmically informed guidance. The cognitive load is immense. Players are required to synthesize visual, auditory, and numerical information under intense pressure, making instantaneous decisions that blend instinct, training, and predictive insight. This integration of AI into the human experience redefines the skill set required for elite performance. Case studies illustrate the tangible impact of AI on sideline communication. Teams have used predictive analytics to adjust signals mid-drive, to anticipate defensive shifts and exploit opponent tendencies. These interventions can change the trajectory of games, enhancing the efficiency of play calling and minimizing the risk of miscommunication. In a sense, AI acts as an additional layer of intelligence on the sideline, augmenting human perception and refining decision-making in real time. The rapid adoption of AI also changes the preparation cycle. Coaches can simulate entire seasons of opponent behavior, testing the effectiveness of signals, audibles, and gestures against projected defensive responses. Players rehearse multiple scenarios, informed by algorithmic predictions, to internalize patterns and improve reaction times. The integration of data-driven preparation with physical and cognitive training accelerates the sophistication of team communication systems, raising the bar for competitiveness across the league. Yet the intersection of human intuition and machine learning is not without friction. Algorithms operate on probability, pattern recognition, and historical data. While football is inherently chaotic, influenced by unpredictable human behavior, players may deviate from expected tendencies, defenses may innovate, and environmental factors can disrupt projections. Coaches must balance reliance on AI with adaptive judgment, ensuring that human expertise remains the ultimate arbiter of decision-making. The tension between prediction and reality highlights the complexity of modern sideline strategy. The psychological dimension of AI integration is also significant. Players may experience increased pressure to perform according to algorithmically informed expectations. Coaches may struggle to communicate adjustments derived from predictive models in a manner that is intuitive and actionable. The sideline becomes a space where technology, human cognition, and emotional regulation intersect, creating a high-stakes environment that tests adaptability, focus, and resilience. Mastery of this landscape requires both technical fluency and psychological fortitude. AI has also influenced the evolution of signal design. Teams experiment with more complex systems that encode multiple layers of information, anticipating opponent interception attempts. Signals are crafted to convey nuanced intent, informed by predictive models and probability analysis. This sophistication creates a feedback loop. As AI improves pattern recognition, teams innovate to obscure communication, further complicating the psychological and strategic dimensions of the sideline. The interaction between technology and human ingenuity drives continuous adaptation. The consequences of misalignment between AI recommendations and human interpretation are profound. A misread predictive cue can cascade into errors, disrupting timing, creating miscommunication, and affecting performance. Players and coaches must maintain clarity and discipline, interpreting algorithmic guidance accurately while executing under the pressures of a live game. The fusion of human decision-making and artificial intelligence is a delicate balance, with success contingent on both cognitive precision and trust in the technology. Training for AI integration extends to both mental and physical dimensions. Teams employ simulation software, scenario modeling, and virtual exercises to prepare players for real-time application of algorithmic insights. Quarterbacks may rehearse audibles, informed by projected defensive patterns. Receivers practice adjusting routes based on predictive tendencies. Defensive players anticipate opponent adjustments derived from AI analysis. The preparation cycle becomes more intricate, blending traditional drills with digital simulation to create a holistic system of communication and execution. The future of NFL sideline communication lies in this hybrid domain, where human skill and machine intelligence coexist. AI will continue to refine predictive models, uncover hidden patterns, and enhance decision-making. Human players will interpret signals, execute plays, and respond to the chaos of competition. The combination of these forces elevates strategy, intensifies psychological complexity, and reshapes the very nature of sideline communication. The sport evolves into a contest of cognition, instinct, and computational foresight. In conclusion, the integration of artificial intelligence and analytics represents a new frontier in professional football. The sideline has become a digital battlefield, where predictive modeling, pattern recognition, and algorithmic guidance augment human judgment. Coaches and players navigate a complex interplay of intuition, perception, and computational insight. The stakes are immense, as the combination of human and machine intelligence can determine outcomes, shape careers, and redefine competitive advantage. Understanding this evolution illuminates the depth, sophistication, and strategic complexity of the modern NFL, where every gesture, audible, and decision is influenced by the interplay of mind and machine. Professional football exists at the intersection of spectacle, tradition, and cultural mythology. The NFL is more than a game. It is a reflection of American values, a stage where narratives of control, discipline, and dominance are celebrated. Yet beneath the surface of every sideline, every huddle, and every play lies a hidden dimension shaped by secrecy, deception, and psychological manipulation. The very systems that enable teams to execute with precision are also a mirror of broader cultural attitudes toward competition, success, and the human desire for mastery. The culture of secrecy in the NFL is both pragmatic and symbolic. Teams guard signals, audibles, and strategic systems with the intensity of a military operation. This secrecy communicates a belief that knowledge is power, that control over information equates to dominance on the field. Coaches obsess over minutiae, analyzing tendencies, refining gestures, and protecting every nuance of communication. Players internalize this mindset, understanding that mistakes in interpretation or execution carry not only immediate consequences for the game, but also implications for trust, reputation, and authority. The sideline becomes a crucible where discipline, vigilance, and control are continuously tested. The emphasis on control reflects a broader cultural fascination with perfection in American sports. Fans, media, and organizations valorize teams that execute flawlessly, quarterback-led offenses that appear effortless, and defenses that anticipate every motion of the opposition. This ideal of perfection masks the chaos underlying each play. Behind every synchronized gesture, every audible, and every signal lies a dynamic tension between order and uncertainty. The sideline, with its coded language, rapid adjustments, and human judgment, embodies this duality, the illusion of control alongside the reality of human fallibility. Paranoia, often viewed negatively in everyday life, becomes a virtue in professional football. Teams anticipate deception, guard against espionage, and scrutinize every opponent gesture. Coaches train players to question, verify, and remain skeptical of appearances. This heightened awareness is necessary because the game rewards those who perceive subtle cues, exploit tendencies, and anticipate opponent strategy. The psychological landscape of the NFL encourages a culture in which vigilance is constant and trust is measured. Paranoia is not merely tolerated. It is institutionalized as a tool of competitive advantage. The obsession with dominance extends beyond the field. Sideline communication systems, digital analysis, and predictive modeling all serve the pursuit of supremacy. Teams that master these systems gain tactical edges that can determine the outcome of games, seasons, and careers. The mechanisms of control, secrecy, and information management reflect a broader cultural narrative. Success is achieved through discipline, preparation, and the accumulation of knowledge. The myth of the perfectly orchestrated game resonates with fans who expect precision and coherence. Even as the underlying processes are chaotic and contingent on human judgment. Fans, however, rarely see the full complexity of these hidden systems. The broadcasted game presents a polished narrative. Quarterbacks make rapid decisions. Linemen execute blocking schemes with apparent unity, and receivers find openings as if guided by instinct. The reality is far messier. Beneath this polished exterior, players are constantly interpreting gestures, adjusting to shifts, and responding to signals shaped by secrecy and psychological strategy. The illusion of effortless mastery reinforces cultural ideals of professionalism and skill, even as chaos brews beneath the surface. The cultural consequences of secrecy also influence perceptions of morality and ethics. The line between preparation and deception is blurred. Teams that intercept signals or decode audibles walk a fine line between tactical brilliance and perceived unfairness. Fans may celebrate clever maneuvers or condemn perceived cheating, reflecting societal attitudes toward rules, ingenuity, and ethical boundaries. The cultural narrative of football is thus intertwined with secrecy, framing both the spectacle of competition and the ethical questions that arise from hidden communication. Secrecy shapes leadership and authority in the NFL. Coaches cultivate environments where information is tightly controlled. Decisions are centralized, and signals are carefully mediated. Players operate within these structures, internalizing expectations, hierarchies, and norms of trust. The culture reinforces the authority of the coach as the orchestrator of the game, the custodian of knowledge, and the arbiter of correct interpretation. This dynamic creates an environment where obedience, vigilance, and perceptual acuity are highly valued, while errors in comprehension can have amplified consequences. The psychological burden of this culture is significant. Players must navigate an environment in which every misread gesture, misheard signal, or misinterpreted audible carries potential consequences. The constant awareness of observation, evaluation, and accountability fosters stress, tension, and heightened focus. Teams invest in mental conditioning, preparing players to manage these pressures and maintain performance under uncertainty. The culture of secrecy thus shapes not only the operational aspects of the game, but also the emotional and cognitive experiences of the athletes themselves. Secrecy and control also influence team identity. Organizations that cultivate highly effective sideline communication systems create reputations for precision, discipline, and innovation. These reputations become part of the team's cultural narrative, shaping public perception, recruitment, and historical legacy. The ability to maintain secrecy and execute with cohesion communicates a mastery of both strategy and human behavior, reinforcing cultural ideals of excellence, resilience, and professionalism. The intersection of culture and secrecy is visible in scandals and controversies. Incidents like Spygate or miscommunication scandals illustrate the consequences when secrecy is breached or signals are mismanaged. Public reaction often reflects the cultural emphasis on fairness, trust, and integrity. Teams and fans grapple with the tension between admiration for cleverness and condemnation for perceived unfair advantage. These episodes reveal the high stakes of communication, both technically and culturally, and highlight the societal investment in the narratives that emerge from hidden systems. The cultural myth of the perfectly executed play obscures the inherent vulnerability of human communication. Fans witness synchronized action, but the underlying reality involves constant adaptation, psychological strategy, and probabilistic judgment. Secrecy creates an aura of inevitability around performance, reinforcing the perception of control and competence. The contrast between public perception and internal chaos shapes the narrative of the NFL as both a game of skill and a theater of human ingenuity. Cultural consequences also extend to coaching philosophy. Coaches who emphasize meticulous preparation, secrecy, and signal complexity communicate values of discipline, patience, and strategic foresight. Players internalize these values, shaping their approach to competition, teamwork, and personal conduct. The sideline becomes a microcosm of cultural ideals, the prioritization of order, the celebration of intelligence, and the valorization of control as a pathway to success. These lessons extend beyond the field, influencing attitudes toward work ethic, problem-solving, and collaboration. The hidden communication systems of the NFL reflect broader societal patterns. Control, secrecy, and the strategic manipulation of information resonate with cultural narratives about competition, power, and mastery. The sport provides a lens through which to examine how society glorifies preparation, rewards vigilance, and mythologizes perfection. Fans consume not only the athletic spectacle, but the narrative of disciplined execution, psychological insight, and strategic acumen that these hidden systems produce. The cultural impact extends beyond sports, influencing storytelling, hero narratives, and societal conceptions of expertise and authority. Secrecy in football also influences how mistakes are perceived. A misread signal or misinterpreted gesture is rarely considered a simple error. It is a failure to navigate a complex system of trust, discipline, and perception. The cultural emphasis on mastery magnifies these moments, creating narratives of personal responsibility, accountability, and resilience. Players who recover from errors reinforce the cultural narrative of perseverance, while repeated miscommunication reinforces the stakes of vigilance and preparation. Ultimately, the cultural consequences of hidden communication systems are profound. The NFL glorifies control, celebrates dominance, and elevates the myth of perfection while concealing the chaos, stress, and deception required to maintain performance. Fans experience the spectacle as a narrative of skill and excellence, unaware of the layered psychological, strategic, and technological factors that underpin each play. The culture of secrecy shapes leadership, team identity, player experience, and public perception, creating a uniquely intense environment where the visible performance is only a fraction of the story. The tension between perceived mastery and underlying chaos defines both the sport and its cultural significance. Sideline codes, hand signals, audibles, and digital systems create an intricate web of communication that is central to success. These systems, while designed for efficiency and precision, also reveal the human need for control and the persistent threat of error. The NFL becomes a theater where cultural values intersect with strategic necessity, where secrecy, paranoia, and mastery shape the narrative as much as touchdowns and tackles. In reflecting on these consequences, it is clear that the hidden dimensions of the game illuminate both the brilliance and the vulnerability of professional football. Fans admire the visible execution, but the underlying systems of secrecy reveal the complexity, tension, and artistry required to achieve it. The cultural narrative of the NFL is inseparable from these hidden mechanisms, a story of human ingenuity, psychological warfare, and the relentless pursuit of control in a chaotic environment. In conclusion, the culture of secrecy, control, and dominance in professional football reflects fundamental aspects of American sports culture. It elevates the myth of perfection, reinforces the glorification of discipline and vigilance, and shapes both the internal experience of players and the external perception of fans. The sideline is a stage where human cognition, psychological strategy, and technological sophistication converge, revealing that the visible spectacle of football is only a surface layer of a far more complex and culturally significant game. The consequences of this secrecy are profound, influencing behavior, perception, and the narrative of excellence for generations of players, coaches, and spectators. Professional football has always been a game of extremes, a contest in which physical prowess meets mental calculation, and in which the smallest insight can define victory or defeat. The evolution of hidden communication systems over decades represents one of the most sophisticated, yet often invisible, aspects of the sport. Teams have long engaged in a quiet war of signals, codes, and gestures. And over time, this hidden battlefield has offered lessons not only in strategy, but in human psychology, trust, and the limits of control. Understanding these lessons requires examining how teams adapted, what they learned from failures and successes, and how the culture of secrecy eventually gave way, in rare cases, to systems built on trust rather than fear. Decades of sideline warfare taught teams that mastery of signals and codes was not solely about the play on the field. It was about understanding human behavior, reading subtle patterns, and anticipating decision-making under stress. Coaches discovered that the sophistication of a code could only go so far if players were not prepared mentally, emotionally, and cognitively to interpret and execute it. The complexity of signals evolved in tandem with the psychological training of players. Teams realized that an overly intricate system could become a liability, increasing the potential for miscommunication, error, and confusion in the heat of the game. In essence, the signal systems became a reflection of the human capacity to process, adapt, and trust under pressure. One of the most profound lessons derived from decades of coded communication was the recognition that trust is as vital as strategy. A playbook filled with secret gestures is ineffective without the confidence that every player understands the system and can act decisively. Teams that succeeded consistently over time were those that cultivated trust alongside tactical secrecy. Quarterbacks needed to trust linemen to interpret blocking adjustments correctly. Receivers relied on split-second alignment between routes and signals. Defenders depended on teammates to react appropriately to audibles and defensive shifts. The sideline, with all its hidden language, became a laboratory where the interplay of human reliability and strategic complexity was tested relentlessly. This evolution also revealed the limitations of control. For years, coaches believed that meticulous oversight of every gesture, signal, and hand motion could create perfect execution. In reality, human error, misreading, fatigue, and psychological pressure undermined this assumption. Teams learned to design communication systems that accounted for imperfection, built redundancy into signals, and emphasized clarity over unnecessary sophistication. Lessons from miscommunication shaped modern sideline systems into more resilient frameworks, capable of absorbing errors without collapsing under the weight of complexity. Despite this emphasis on control and secrecy, some coaches emerged who understood that transparency could be a powerful tool. These leaders recognized that overemphasis on secrecy could erode trust, induce stress, and create barriers between players and leadership. By fostering an environment where signals, audibles, and adjustments were communicated with clarity and purpose, they cultivated a culture of mutual understanding. These rare coaches demonstrated that performance did not have to rely solely on fear of mistakes or obsessive concealment. They understood that when players are confident, well-informed, and psychologically secure, the execution of complex strategies becomes both more reliable and more adaptable. The lessons extended to ethical and cultural dimensions. Teams learned that the pursuit of competitive advantage through secret systems had limits, particularly in the eyes of the public, the league, and their own organizations. The scandals of the past, from unauthorized film review to illicit observation, highlighted the moral and reputational costs of crossing boundaries. As teams absorbed these lessons, there was a gradual acknowledgement that integrity, discipline, and respect for both the game and opponents were as crucial as any coded system. Transparency in training, communication, and preparation began to coexist with necessary secrecy on game day, creating a balance between competitive advantage and ethical responsibility. Another significant insight involved the role of technology. As playbooks moved from chalkboards to tablets, and as predictive algorithms became integrated into sideline strategy, teams discovered that the human element remained irreplaceable. No matter how advanced the system, a player's interpretation, timing, and decision-making could not be fully replicated by technology. Coaches adapted by designing communication systems that leveraged digital tools for preparation, analysis, and simulation, but relied on human skill and judgment for execution. The integration of technology highlighted a fundamental truth: strategy is only as effective as the humans who carry it out. The lessons from the shadows also reshaped the way teams approached leadership and mentorship. Veteran players became the translators of hidden codes, guiding younger teammates through the complex systems and teaching them the subtleties of interpretation under pressure. The sideline transformed into a network of mentorship, where knowledge was transmitted not only through official channels, but also through observation, repetition, and trust. This created a culture where experience and wisdom became essential components of operational success, ensuring that complex systems were sustained across seasons and personnel changes. The cumulative effect of these lessons was a shift from viewing signals purely as tactical instruments to recognizing them as instruments of cohesion. The most successful teams learned that the sophistication of a communication system was meaningless if it undermined the relationships, confidence, and psychological stability of players. Signals became a means to orchestrate collaboration, align decision-making, and reinforce shared understanding. They evolved into trust systems, emphasizing the human elements of connection, anticipation, and reliability alongside strategic concealment. These lessons also underscore the subtle artistry inherent in professional football. The evolution of sideline codes reveals that strategy is not just a matter of physical skill or play selection, but also of reading human behavior, shaping perception, and orchestrating collective action under uncertainty. The most effective communication systems integrate psychology, experience, and adaptability, recognizing that the most successful plays occur at the intersection of technical precision and human intuition. In this way, the history of hidden signals offers insight into the broader craft of coaching, leadership, and teamwork in high-pressure environments. The consequences of misinterpretation also shaped a culture of accountability. Players and coaches alike came to understand that a single misread gesture, missed signal, or hesitation could alter the course of a game. Teams instituted rigorous repetition, mental rehearsal, and scenario-based training to prepare for these contingencies. The psychological burden of this expectation required resilience, focus, and mutual trust. The sideline became a testing ground, not only for physical skill, but also for cognitive endurance, emotional control, and the ability to perform under constant scrutiny. The evolution of hidden systems also prompted reflection on the nature of competition itself. Teams realized that the game was not merely a contest of physical strength or talent, but a multidimensional battle of perception, intelligence, and adaptation. Communication systems became both tactical instruments and symbols of broader cultural values, emphasizing discipline, strategic thinking, and the capacity to thrive in ambiguity. The lessons from the shadows are therefore both practical and philosophical, revealing how the demands of professional football mirror challenges in leadership, collaboration, and decision-making beyond the sport. Finally, these lessons highlight the rare individuals who transcend the traditional boundaries of control and secrecy. Coaches who value transparency, players who cultivate trust, and organizations that balance innovation with ethical responsibility demonstrate that success can emerge from systems built not only on concealment, but also on shared understanding. These examples challenge conventional wisdom about power, strategy, and authority, offering a vision of professional football in which human connection, ethical preparation, and adaptive intelligence coexist with competitive ambition. In reflecting on the evolution of sideline communication, it becomes clear that the hidden systems of the NFL are more than tactical devices. They are instruments of human insight, creativity, and adaptation. They embody lessons about trust, leadership, resilience, and the balance between control and flexibility. Teams that mastered these systems learned that secrecy alone is insufficient and that the enduring success of a program depends on the capacity to cultivate trust, prepare meticulously, and navigate the complex interplay of human and strategic factors under pressure. The shadows of the sideline offer a profound lesson that the most sophisticated strategies are not solely those written in code or executed through gestures, but those that integrate human understanding, psychological acuity, and ethical discernment. The evolution from secret warfare to trust systems illustrates the maturation of professional football as both a sport and a cultural institution. It reveals that mastery is achieved not only through technical expertise, but also through empathy, collaboration, and the cultivation of reliable human networks. As teams continue to innovate and adapt, the lessons of the past remain instructive. The history of signals, codes, and hidden communication reminds us that the game is always more complex than it appears. Behind the spectacle of execution lies a continuous struggle to balance secrecy with trust, strategy with adaptability, and competitive ambition with human understanding. The most successful teams are those that navigate these tensions with intelligence, discipline, and respect for the players who bring the strategies to life. In conclusion, the lessons from the shadows reveal the enduring truths of professional football. Teams have learned that secrecy is not an end in itself, that trust and human judgment are essential, and that the evolution of sideline communication reflects deeper principles of leadership, cohesion, and psychological insight. Coaches and players who understand these lessons navigate the complexities of the game with foresight, adaptability, and resilience. The legacy of hidden systems is therefore not merely tactical, but profoundly human, offering insight into the interplay between strategy, trust, and the relentless pursuit of excellence in one of the most demanding competitive environments in the world. In professional football, the final layer of communication transcends plays, audibles, and hand signals. It is the subtle, enduring language of leadership. The code is no longer just about strategy or deception. It has evolved into a reflection of trust, authority, and human connection. At its highest form, leadership communicates without words. A glance, a nod, a pause can convey confidence, caution, or command. Coaches who master this final layer shape not only the outcome of games, but the culture of their teams. They instill an understanding that every gesture carries meaning, that every action on the sideline is part of a broader dialogue. Leadership becomes the ultimate signal, a code that guides, reassures, and demands accountability simultaneously. The symbolic meaning of the code extends far beyond football. On the field, it is a tangible mechanism of control, clarity, and precision. Off the field, it becomes a metaphor for the challenges of coordination, influence, and trust in any high-pressure environment. The NFL, with its intense competition, rapid decision-making, and unforgiving stakes, magnifies the significance of communication. Teams operate in a crucible where information must be transmitted, interpreted, and acted upon instantaneously. The most effective leaders understand that the code is not just about instructing action, but about shaping perception, fostering confidence, and aligning collective focus. It is a system built on both authority and empathy, on discipline and respect. Throughout history, the most celebrated coaches were those who recognized the interplay between secrecy, strategy, and human psychology. They understood that mastery of the sideline code required more than technical knowledge. It demanded an acute awareness of individual and collective tendencies, the ability to anticipate reactions, and the skill to calibrate communication to achieve both clarity and motivation. Leadership became an act of translation, converting strategic complexity into understandable directives while maintaining the element of adaptability. The code itself evolved into a medium through which culture, expectation, and identity were transmitted to every player who stepped onto the field. The legacy of secrecy, brilliance, and obsession that defines the NFL is inseparable from this final code. For decades, teams have refined signals, audibles, and gestures with an almost obsessive intensity. Coaches have studied opponents, analyzed tendencies, and engineered systems that blend technical precision with human psychology. Yet the ultimate measure of success is not the sophistication of the code itself, but the ability of leadership to cultivate trust, resilience, and shared understanding. The code becomes meaningful only when it is internalized, interpreted, and executed by the players who carry it forward. The brilliance of strategy is nothing without the human connection that sustains it. Players, particularly quarterbacks and defensive captains, serve as interpreters and transmitters of this final code. Their understanding of the nuances of gesture, timing, and tone enables the team to respond in real time under extreme pressure. They act as the connective tissue between planning and execution, converting instructions into action while navigating the uncertainty inherent in the game. This human translation is the ultimate test of the sideline system. It requires focus, intuition, and adaptability. Players must internalize not only the technical elements, but the implicit signals of leadership that define how strategy is executed, how trust is reinforced, and how collective focus is maintained. In this context, mistakes take on a heightened significance. Misinterpretation of a gesture, hesitation in a response, or failure to internalize a signal can result in immediate consequences. Yet these moments also illuminate the profound human dimension of football. They reveal that even in a game dominated by planning, technology, and secrecy, success is built on the quality of relationships and the depth of understanding between coach and player. Every play is a microcosm of this dynamic, a fleeting but intense demonstration of trust, timing, and collaboration. The sideline code at its highest expression is a reflection of the bonds that underpin performance. The symbolic power of the final code is evident in the legacy of teams that have mastered it. Franchises celebrated for their discipline, cohesion, and resilience demonstrate how leadership, communication, and trust converge to produce sustained success. These teams operate with an almost invisible network of signals and understanding, where players anticipate actions, adjust instinctively, and execute complex strategies with precision. The culture of excellence emerges not from individual brilliance alone, but from the integration of human judgment, strategic preparation, and continuous communication. Leadership ensures that the code functions as intended, aligning vision, expectation, and execution. At the same time, the evolution of the code highlights the boundaries of control. Coaches may design the most sophisticated systems, but execution ultimately relies on human interpretation. Fatigue, emotion, stress, and split-second decision-making introduce uncertainty that no signal can fully mitigate. The final code, therefore, is both a tool and a framework for managing unpredictability. It emphasizes adaptability and judgment as much as discipline and adherence. Leaders who recognize this balance are able to maximize performance while sustaining the psychological well-being of their teams, a subtle yet essential component of lasting success. The lessons of the final code extend beyond individual teams and games. They offer insight into the human dimension of competition and the value of trust in high-stakes environments. Leadership in the NFL is a continuous negotiation between authority, guidance, and empathy. Signals and codes are mechanisms through which this negotiation takes place, translating abstract strategy into actionable insight. The code becomes a language of influence, aligning the cognitive, emotional, and physical efforts of every player toward a common objective. In essence, football becomes a laboratory for understanding human coordination under pressure. Secrecy and strategy, when fused with trust, produce extraordinary results. Teams that mastered the delicate balance between concealment and clarity consistently outperformed those that relied solely on technical sophistication. The final code is the embodiment of this balance. It demonstrates that the most enduring advantage is not found in a secret gesture or a hidden signal, but in the ability of leaders to cultivate understanding, anticipation, and confidence. Communication becomes a medium through which authority is legitimized, cohesion is reinforced, and performance is amplified. The code is as much a reflection of character as it is a system of strategy. Even as technology and analytics continue to evolve, the essence of the final code remains fundamentally human. Algorithms may assist in predicting tendencies, cameras may capture signals, and artificial intelligence may analyze patterns. But the interpretation, judgment, and trust that defined execution cannot be automated. The human element, the ability to perceive, anticipate, and act in real time, is the ultimate arbiter of success. Leadership translates strategy into human action, creating a dynamic interplay between preparation, cognition, and execution that no system of surveillance or computation can fully replicate. The cultural and symbolic weight of the code is evident in the stories of players who have experienced its extremes. Veterans recount moments when a single glance or word from a coach resolved confusion, shifted momentum, and instilled confidence. Young players describe the revelation of understanding how the system works, how trust and communication intersect, and how alignment with leadership shapes both performance and identity. These stories demonstrate that the code is more than tactical. It is transformative, shaping the way athletes perceive their roles, their teammates, and the broader mission of the team. Ultimately, the final code represents the culmination of decades of evolution in professional football. It is the endpoint of a journey that began with primitive hand signals and towels on the sideline, progressed through the headset revolution and digital integration, and now exists as a sophisticated, human-centered system of communication and trust. It is the synthesis of strategy, psychology, and human connection. It is the language of leadership expressed in gestures, timing, and alignment of intention. It is the invisible thread that weaves together planning, execution, and adaptation. The legacy of secrecy, brilliance, and obsession that defines the NFL's soul is encapsulated in this last code. It reveals the duality of the game, at once a contest of physical skill and a theater of human cognition, at once a display of precision and an experiment in trust. The final code demonstrates that while strategy can be hidden, the success of that strategy depends on openness within the team, clarity of purpose, and the integrity of the human relationships that animate every play. The essence of the game lies in this interplay, where hidden systems meet human execution and where leadership transforms potential into performance. Reflecting on the journey of the NFL's hidden communication systems, it becomes clear that trust is the ultimate currency. Signals, codes, and gestures are only valuable insofar as they are interpreted and acted upon reliably. Even in a world dominated by secrecy, deception, and competitive calculation, it is the relationships between players and leaders that determine whether brilliance becomes history or miscommunication becomes disaster. The human connection remains the decisive factor, proving that the game, at its core, is not just about strategy, but about people, collaboration, and shared purpose. In the end, the last code is a testament to the enduring complexity and depth of professional football. It is a reminder that every play is both a physical contest and a cognitive, emotional, and ethical exercise. The evolution from simple signals to the final, human-centered code charts a path of innovation, obsession, and insight into the nature of leadership. It is the invisible architecture that underpins every successful team. The subtle framework through which preparation, execution, and trust converge. The story of the last code, like the NFL itself, is one of relentless pursuit. It is a pursuit of excellence, mastery, and understanding. It is a pursuit that blends secrecy with transparency, strategy with intuition, and authority with empathy. It encapsulates the essence of leadership in professional football and reveals that even in a game dominated by calculation and precision, the ultimate determinant of success is human connection. Trust, once forged and sustained, transforms hidden codes into living systems capable of extraordinary accomplishment. This final layer, this ultimate expression of strategy and trust, is the culmination of everything the league has taught about communication, human behavior, and performance under pressure. The lessons of the last code extend far beyond the field. They offer insight into leadership, collaboration, and the profound interplay between intellect and intuition. Every gesture, every signal, every glance is part of a continuum that defines the way teams operate, the way games are won or lost, and the way human ingenuity is expressed in the crucible of professional sport. In conclusion, the last code of the NFL is more than a system of secret communication. It is a symbol of human connection, trust, and leadership. It is the culmination of decades of innovation, obsession, and adaptation. It demonstrates that even in a game built on strategy, the ultimate determinant of success is the capacity to understand, trust, and collaborate. It is the code that defines not only victories and losses, but the enduring human essence of professional football. It is the invisible thread that connects preparation with execution, authority with empathy, and brilliance with trust. As the final whistle blows and the echoes of the stadium fade into memory, one realizes that the story of professional football extends far beyond the touchdowns, tackles, and championship banners. The true narrative lies in the invisible architecture that supports every play, every decision, and every moment of brilliance on the field. The hidden language of the sideline, the intricate codes, signals, and gestures represents a world that few truly see. It is a realm defined by secrecy, trust, and relentless calculation. And it is a world that has exacted a profound price on those who inhabit it, shaping careers, reputations, and the very essence of the game itself. Secrecy has always been the currency of power in the NFL. From the earliest hand signals and towel flashes, to the modern combination of tablets, encrypted playbooks, and artificial intelligence, control over information has determined success. Teams that mastered the art of hidden communication gained competitive advantage. They could anticipate, manipulate, and execute with precision. They could strike before opponents recognized the danger. The sideline became a laboratory where strategy met psychology, where trust intersected with calculation, and where the smallest insight could define the outcome of games and the legacy of players and coaches. But secrecy comes at a cost. It demands vigilance, discipline, and emotional resilience. It breeds paranoia, suspicion, and tension. Relationships are tested when gestures are misread, signals are leaked, or trust is broken. Careers have been derailed by a single miscommunication. Scandals have erupted when the invisible rules were breached, from illicit observation to unauthorized film review. The price of secrecy is measured not only in victories and losses, but in human consequence. In the strain it imposes on players, coaches, and entire organizations. It is a burden carried silently, behind the roar of the crowd and the glare of the spotlight. The history of sideline codes is a chronicle of both brilliance and fragility. Coaches like Paul Brown, Vince Lombardi, and Bill Belichick perfected systems that combined tactical innovation with psychological acuity. They understood that mastery required more than clever signals or technological tools. It required an understanding of human behavior, the ability to anticipate decision-making under pressure, and the skill to cultivate trust. Players became more than executors of strategy. They were translators of an invisible language, interpreters of leadership, and actors in a constantly evolving drama of communication and adaptation. Yet even the most sophisticated systems could not eliminate human error. Misread gestures, hesitation, and fatigue introduced unpredictability into every play. The best teams learned to build resilience into their systems, to design redundancy, and to train players to adapt under stress. The lessons of decades of sideline warfare were clear. Secrecy alone is not sufficient. Success depends on clarity, trust, and the psychological stability of those executing the plan. The hidden code was effective, not merely because it concealed strategy, but because it relied on human capacity to understand, anticipate, and respond. The NFL is, in many ways, a microcosm of modern life. It reflects the dynamics of control, communication, and trust that govern high-pressure environments beyond the stadium. The lessons learned on the sidelines resonate in business, politics, and technology. Information is power, but its value is realized only through human understanding. Leadership requires more than authority. It demands empathy, guidance, and the ability to cultivate reliability. Teams, like organizations in any sector, succeed when individuals share purpose, anticipate each other, and act with both intelligence and trust. The parallels are striking. The gridiron is a laboratory for understanding human coordination under extreme pressure. In reflecting on the evolution of hidden communication, one sees the interplay of secrecy and trust, of calculation and connection. Early systems were crude, built on hand signals, towels, and hats. Players relied on visual cues and instinct to coordinate action. As technology emerged, Headsets, tablets, and digital analysis transform the sideline into a sophisticated environment of real-time information. Yet the human element remains central. No signal, no encrypted playbook, no AI algorithm could substitute for judgment, intuition, and trust. The most effective leaders understood that the code was a tool for amplifying human potential, not replacing it. The psychological dimension of communication has always been as critical as the technical. Coaches have used signals to manipulate perception, to bluff opponents, and to instill confidence in players. Players have internalized complex systems under the pressure of performance and scrutiny. The sideline is a crucible where cognitive, emotional, and physical faculties converge. Success depends not only on preparation, but also on adaptability, resilience, and the ability to act in alignment with a shared understanding. The invisible code bridges these elements, transforming strategy into coordinated action. Human connection, ultimately, is the final determinant. Teams may innovate, analyze, and strategize, but without trust, the system collapses. Quarterbacks depend on linemen, receivers rely on timing, and defenders count on teammates to anticipate adjustments. The code is meaningful only when it is internalized and interpreted accurately. It is a living network of understanding, continually reinforced by communication, experience, and shared purpose. The lessons of the sideline extend beyond the technical. They reveal how human relationships, accountability, and confidence shape the performance of any high-functioning group. Ethics and integrity form another layer of the narrative. Throughout NFL history, boundaries have been tested. Scandals and controversies underscore the delicate balance between competitive advantage and moral responsibility. Teams learned that crossing ethical lines can erode trust, damage reputations, and undermine the very systems they seek to protect. Transparency, when integrated with secrecy, becomes a means to reinforce cohesion and sustain credibility. The evolution of communication is not simply about what is hidden, but about how the hidden interacts with the human and the ethical dimensions of the game. The closing lesson is clear. The NFL is a story of human ambition shaped by the invisible threads of communication. The systems of signs, signals, and codes illuminate the complexity of the sport, but also the enduring importance of human judgment and connection. Success is measured not only by victories, but by the capacity of leadership to align people, cultivate trust, and translate abstract strategy into coherent action. The hidden systems that define the game are reflections of broader truths about leadership, collaboration, and human potential. In the end, the spectacle of professional football is inseparable from the invisible dynamics that sustain it. The sideline, with all its secrecy, signals, and codes, is more than a tactical environment. It is a stage where trust, judgment, and psychological resilience are tested continuously. Players and coaches navigate a web of complexity, balancing secrecy with transparency, precision with adaptability, and authority with empathy. The game reveals that while strategy can be hidden, human connection is always visible in execution. The bonds formed, the trust built, and the shared understanding cultivated ultimately determine the outcome. As we reflect on the journey from primitive hand signals to modern digital analysis, we see a continuum that mirrors human development in high-stakes environments. The NFL is a microcosm of broader social and organizational dynamics, highlighting the interplay of information, trust, leadership, and performance. Every code, every gesture, every signal carries the weight of human responsibility. Every play embodies the culmination of preparation, interpretation, and execution. And every outcome reflects the capacity of individuals and teams to act in concert under uncertainty. The lessons extend beyond the field. They speak to the ways humans organize, communicate, and collaborate under pressure. They remind us that technology, analysis, and strategy are only as effective as the people who interpret and implement them. Leadership is the final code, the invisible signal that aligns intent, motivates action, and reinforces trust. The game at its highest expression becomes a study in human potential, revealing the power of connection even in environments defined by secrecy and competition. In examining the hidden costs and rewards of sideline communication, one sees a reflection of the human condition itself. The pursuit of control, mastery, and advantage is tempered by the inevitability of error, the necessity of trust, and the weight of accountability. The history of NFL codes teaches that brilliance can be fragile, that secrecy can be both shield and burden, and that leadership and human connection are the ultimate determinants of success. The game is not only about who wins or loses, but about how knowledge, trust, and collaboration shape the fabric of performance. Ultimately, the NFL reminds us that strategy alone cannot sustain achievement. The human elements, trust, judgment, empathy, and resilience are the decisive factors. The Sideline Code, from its earliest origins to its current complexity, is a testament to the integration of these qualities. The invisible network of communication, signals, and gestures is effective only insofar as it is understood, respected, and executed by humans. The game demonstrates that connection and collaboration are as vital as strategy and secrecy, and that trust is the foundation upon which excellence is built. The hidden price of secrecy, the brilliance of innovation, and the obsessive pursuit of advantage all converge to define the NFL's soul. It is a league that celebrates physical achievement, but is equally a theater of human intelligence, coordination, and judgment. Every play is both a contest and a collaboration. Every signal is both instruction and testament to the enduring importance of trust. The legacy of sideline communication is therefore not only tactical, but profoundly human, revealing that in one of the most scrutinized and competitive sports in the world, human connection ultimately determines the outcome. In closing, as the echoes of the stadium settle into silence and the field is cleared, we are left with the enduring lesson that even in a game built on strategy, secrecy, and calculation, trust is the decisive factor. The evolution of hidden communication systems has illuminated the complexity of human coordination, the cost of miscommunication, and the necessity of leadership that fosters understanding and confidence. Professional football, in all its spectacle, serves as a mirror for the broader human experience, reminding us that collaboration, clarity, and trust are the elements that truly define success. The hidden codes of the NFL, from primitive signals to digital encryption, tell a story of human ambition, ingenuity, and the relentless pursuit of mastery. They reveal the sacrifices, the tension, and the brilliance required to perform at the highest level. Yet above all, they revealed that in a sport defined by secrecy and strategy, the ultimate victories are won not through concealment alone, but through the strength of human connection. It is trust, the ability to understand and rely upon one another, that determines who succeeds and who falls short. The game, for all its complexity, ultimately confirms a simple truth. Even in the most calculated environment, trust wins.